Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 16-part video series showing you how to create CP house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click new and then pick architecture template, press OK. And then here, we're gonna add in the grid lines. So under your architecture, click on grid line or type in GR. Once you do, let's add in our vertical grid line first. So let's click from below to above, press escape, and then now we created number 1 grid line. You can now select it, and then you can type in CO or click on this copy command. It's under modify. So click that one and click back the grid line, and then you will need to click on multiple so that you can add multiple grid line. So first you type in 6800, so 6800. After that, type in 2230, and then lastly add 3700. So that's the 4 grid line that we created. Press escape, and then now let's add in horizontal. So again, type in GR, that's for grid line. Now we're gonna add in horizontal, and as you can see, when we add the horizontal, it's number 5. We're gonna change that by clicking on the grid bubble and typing A. So that's capital A, and just click on the side or on the empty space. After that, press escape multiple times, and then we could select the grid line and then type in CO. That's the copy command under modify, and then click it again. And then now we're gonna do 6700. Next will be 2525, and then lastly we're gonna add 4185. So that's our grid line. Now we just need to clean up. So press escape multiple times, copy all of them, and then we are just going to drag it on the middle. Once it's on the middle, now we could just click one of this, and as you can see, there is a dash line that indicates that once we move this one, it will move on everything. So that's a good way and an easy way to move grid lines, and it's all connected. Here we're gonna maintain this this distance because we're going to add dimensions. So click on dimensions. Most of the time we put dimension on every grid line like this, and then after that the overall. We're gonna do the same thing here on every grid line, and then an overall. So press escape and then escape again. So now to follow along, you just need to pause the video, and then you will see all the dimensions that we have on our grid line. The next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to our south elevation. So from level 1 to level 2, let's click this and then type in 3000. Again, we're going to add in a level. So a level and then a grid line is different. The level is beside the grid line under architecture, and it is LL for short. So we're going to add another grid line at 3000 level. So that will be the 6000. And as you can see, you can also just click here and then click copy, and then you can pull it up and then type in 3000. So that's another way of doing that. But when you do the level, if you notice, once we do a level, the level floor plan will appear immediately. Now, I'm gonna do the second one that I told you, which is click here, copy, and then if we pull up, for example, 3000 again, level 4, we created a level 4, but it's not shown on the floor plan. So what you need to do is you need to go to view and then plan view, floor plan, and then here it's highlighted already. You just need to press OK, and then there we go. So there's multiple ways of creating levels as well. So now we don't need the level 4. So I'm just gonna delete that. And as you can see, it will be deleted on the floor plan. We just need this one for now. And then we're just gonna put it up like this so that we can add in dimensions later on. So we could just clean up a little bit as well. So now we added our level, and now we're going to go to our level 1, and we're gonna start adding walls. So you go to architecture and click on walls. I'm gonna use a basic wall generic 200 millimeter. In a newer version of Revit, so Revit 2021 and 2022, I believe that there's no more generic walls. So you just need to choose, for example, this one. Go to edit type, duplicate, and then this will be, for example, your exterior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and you just need to delete all of this. So I'm gonna delete all of that. So it's basically the same process minus the deletion. So here I'm gonna make this as 150, and then for this one we're going to go to clad white. Press OK, and then OK. So now what you need to check is the connection. So you want to connect this to level 2. So from level 1 to level 2, it's already wall center line and it's already chained. So first, let's click on A1 like this, going all the way to A4. Go down to D4 and then go to D3. Go up 800 right here just to create an indentation. So that's 800 from the wall to wall. And then here, what we could do is we're gonna leave this wall right here for now, and then click back the wall, and we're going around this. This one, it will be around, just click on B2 for now, press escape, and we're gonna pull this back around 400. So what I usually do is I could just click on wall and then just create a parallel wall right here like this. And then from here, as you can see, it create some temporary dimension. And from here, we could just click, I want it to be 400 from this grid line. So that's what I did. So 400, we just need to clean up. So you can type in TR, that's trim and extend, like that. So that's good. This one, we're going to clean this up later on because we're going to add in a wall. So let's leave it like this for now. And then now, you could do is you could even just click this wall and type in CS. That's an easy way of redoing an old command or an old selection. So now this one is added like this. What you can also do is extend this. So this will be all the way to D1. So this will be our carport, and it's all extended all the way. Okay, so now what we're gonna do now is we're going to add in our interior wall. So we could just click on wall, and then let's use the generic wall. Edit type, and then duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Okay, edit. This will be 100. And as you can see, it's basically the same thing that we did minus the deletions. So we didn't delete anything. And we're gonna choose gypsum wallboard. Press OK, and then OK, and then OK again. So here, we're going to extend this, but we are not going to connect them yet. The reason for that is we need to align the faces here. If we connect this, it will be harder for us to align the faces. It's because this is thinner and this is thicker. So because of the thickness of the wall. So now I'm typing AL, that's the align command under modify. This is basically it. And then here I already aligned it. So what you need to do is type in AL, click this one, and then you're basically telling Revit that you want to align this one, this face to this face. Now it's aligned. You can now click it back and then connect them all together. Now it's connected. So now we could just select this and then type in CS. Let's create similar. I'm just going to close this off. And then once we close it, we could now select this wall, and then it could shift depending on what we want. So now I want it to be 2400. So as you can see, it moved. That's why I wasn't worried about the dimensions there. And then we need to add in a wall right here. So click on the interior wall, CS. Don't connect them yet. Same idea here because of the thickness of the wall. So type in AL, that's the align command, this face to this face. Press escape, and then now connect them all together. And you don't have to worry about the indentions of those. After that, click on CS, just add a wall right here, and then now press escape, TR, that's for trim and extend. So now you have an office right here. Press escape and then select this wall again, CS. We're just gonna add in a wall like this. This is for the stairs. So this area is for the stairs. And then here, and then let's add in more walls here. So click on this wall, interior, CS. I'm just gonna add a wall like this, and then worry about the dimensions later on. So give me some time. I'm just gonna add some walls like this. Okay, and then another wall. So CS, we have another wall right here. This one doesn't need to be like that. So here first, click on this wall. It needs to be on this middle, mid of this wall to this wall. It needs to be 2000. After that, this wall, from this wall, needs to be 2100. This thickness, from here, it needs to be 1050. And then here, 800 is good enough. So now this is the layout of what we created here. We're gonna do something later on here. And then now, another closet that we're gonna add. So I'm just gonna select this basic wall, CS, and then let's extend this one like this, but just to an 800. Okay, so something like that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we added the grid line, levels, dimension, interior and exterior wall. Now we're going to continue working on this by adding doors. So go to your insert, load family, and let's go to the main and go to doors. Let's go to in residential and look for the single 2-panel wood. What I do is I load everything, click yes, and then let's just save this later on. Go to architecture, and now you can click your door. For the size, I usually pick around 700 to 900, and then the height is 2000 millimeters. So I'll choose this 7 by 2000. So let's do the interior first. So I will add one right here. I'm gonna flip it by pressing the space button, and from the inner and the outside, you could just swing it depending where you place the arrow, your mouse arrow. And then here, let's add this. This is the pantry. This will be where we will add a different door. This will be the closet, and we're gonna add this one. This is for our powder room. This will be an open area, so we're gonna do that later on. And we're gonna flip another one here for the door. So this one will have for the office, and I'm gonna flip it this way. And then let's press escape. Let's go back to insert and load the one for the closet. And I'm going to look for the sliding door, so which is this one. Press open, and I'm gonna load everything again. After that, go back to architecture and then click door. It will be the first one. So here, I'll make sure that it's 2000 millimeter for the height. And depending, you can press escape. You can click here, click the door back, and then here you can choose different width now. So here we could add actually the 1500 by 2000. Let's add another one. Press escape, and then here let's add one. I know this is too small for that, so what we can do is we can make it bigger, but you want to make sure that the 2000 is used. So here at least we maximize the width that we're capable of adding here. What I usually like to add is 2 lines representing the rod for the closet. So what I do is I go to annotate, detail line, and I use demolish, and then just add 2 lines like that. Now everybody will know that, oh, this is a closet for sure. And then here we could just move it a little bit closer like that. Next thing we're gonna load is the toilet. So we're gonna go to insert again, load family. Before that, actually, let's add in the external and then the double door. We could use this actually. It looks good. So even though it's for interior, nobody knows. So we could just add it. Press OK, and then let's click on door again. And it's 1500 by 2000. I think that's good enough. And that's perfect. Go back to insert, and then let's add in the sink and the toilet. Go back to the main, and then here let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then water closet is for the toilet. I'm just going to use the 2D. So load one at a time. So once you load it, you just need to press CM, and then it will appear. So that's the good way or fast way of adding something that you load. So a loaded family. Except, of course, you cannot just press CM for the doors and windows, because you will need to click it right here. But for example, if it's others, you will need to click here again, and you will need to find your stuff. So it's easy to just type in CM, so that it's a fast way of adding it. And then let's add in the sink. So let's go to load family again. Go to fixtures, click the sink, and depending on what you want, let's add in a round vanity sink. Here, it's already loaded. Click it there, and then let's add in an annotate detail line, and just choose thin lines, and we're representing the top like that, and then we could just fix it in the middle like so. So now our powder room is good. We can now focus on this one. We can open this up by clicking on the wall and click wall opening. You just need to click 2 times here, representing the opening. And as you can see, you have the opening now. You can always click it, and then you can adjust the width of the opening. So that's a good way of showing that. And one thing that I want to add again is the pantry. What I usually do is I add a thin line like so, like this. And then a demolish line. So I'm gonna add in another demolish line like this as well. Okay. So this will be an office. So I'm gonna insert a table. So load family, go back to the main and click furniture. Let's go to tables and let's use the desk. After that, CM. So for this one, it's already loaded. So we actually need to check it. So this one. So I'm gonna add it like so. And then obviously we're gonna need to add something right here. So load. And then let's load a chair. So seating. And let's look for the one for this one, the chair executive. And then here you can just type in CM, and then let's add it like that. We could add here another table or storage, the credenza. So let's add a credenza right here, and then type in CM, and then here we have our credenza. You can edit, duplicate, and then change the width. So we could just put it as 1600, and then we just made it smaller. Good enough size for this space. Let's just add it properly. So click here, MV, that is the short for move, and let's just move it from the corner like so. So that's good enough. We could just add in some storages here. Here, let's add in some shelvings. CM. So let's add this one, MV, on the corner like so. Okay, and then now let's add in some furnitures right here. This will be the living room. So here, let's load in some seating. Go back to furniture, seating, and then let's add in this, and then the sofa. So armchair corbeau, and then hold control, and then sofa corbeau. Let's load them one at a time so that we can just use CM. So I'm gonna use CM like this. Okay. And then load again. Let's load in this the sofa. And then here we could just add here. I'm just going to select everything and move it like this so that we have space here for the dining and everything. Let's load here, and we should add in the TV. So TV, we're just gonna add that one, and then CM, let's add in the TV right here. Press escape and then make it bigger. After that, go back and go to table and then coffee table. CM, add the coffee table like this, and then we could just change the size. So I think this is good enough size for this. Okay, and then after that, let's load more. We could add in the nightstand table, CM, and then here as well. We're gonna add in some storages as right here as well. I believe the same storages that we have here. So we could just type in, click it and type in CS. Let's create similar, and then we could just add it here. And what we could do now is just add in some lighting and another chair. Click on load again, and then let's go back to furniture and then seating. Let's look for a nice chair. Let's use this, and then CM. Okay, and let's just add it like this, and we're just gonna add a floor mounted floor lamp. So you could just go back to the main and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then let's go here to floor lamp. Stage lamp. I'm just looking for floor lamp. Here we go. This one is good. CM. And then I'm gonna add it like that with a 45-degree turn. And then let's add a table lamp, which is this one. And you want to make sure, so type in CM, and you want to make sure this is around 650 above the elevation. or else you won't be able to see this one. Okay, and then here will be the kitchen, and then here is the dining area. So let's load the dining room or dining area table. Go back to the main and then go to furniture and click on table and then dining table, which is this one. After that, CM, we can actually do it the other way. So RO, that is rotate. So click it back, RO, make sure it's 90 degrees, like that. And what we could do is we could edit this, duplicate. You can put any name you want, but what I want is a wider one. So this one, I'm gonna make it 1000. Maybe we could just put this one 1200. A wider table like that. And then let's add in some chairs. Oops, I forgot. I made a mistake. Just click no. And then go to insert again, load family. And just go back to furniture and then seating. And we could just add this one. And then type in CM. I usually just add on one side, and I'm just going to okay, so I'm gonna select this and then mirror, and then this one, select this one, mirror. So I'm just gonna select everything and then do it like this. So that's good enough for the size. And then here we just need to add our kitchen. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the furnitures and then the doors and then some detailed lines. Now we're going to continue working on this by starting with the kitchen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a section line right about here. This is in order for me to see on this side. So I'm just going to press escape there and then go from the bottom to the top so that it's facing here. If, for example, you start on the top and then on the bottom, it will be facing this way, but you can always flip it anyway. So now what we could do is let's just stay here and then later on we're gonna change our views. So I'm just adding this now so that it will be ready for later on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to architecture. This will be model in place. Choose generic model and then press OK. And we're gonna add in an extrusion. Here I'm gonna choose rectangle and then I'm going to add around 900 from this. So I'm gonna add 900 right about here. I'm just gonna leave some space for the fridge. So something like that, because we're gonna add um, a case for the fridge anyway. So just leave it like that. 900 is our depth. And then after that, let's change the materials, or let's add in a material. Here, I'm gonna go to miscellaneous and add something different. Just add in the paint. So this paint, apply, OK. And then let's click finish. And then let's go to 3D and don't click finish yet. So 3D, click 3D. And we're going to pull it up a little bit. Around 700 is good. Or maybe 700 is too short. Let's make it 850. Okay. After that, I'm going to add a void. So after this, don't click finish yet because we're going to add a void form, void extrusion, and then we're going to add the void extrusion right here. And then we need to set the face first. So let's pick the plane. Just to let you know, we're still on 3D, and then we're going to click the face here. And once we choose the face here, we'll be able to add in. So I believe we need to add, or we need to set the plane on this side because we're going to add a void here for the kick plate. So now it's right here, and we just need a little bit. Just let's make it 150, and then the height 150 as well. So that's good enough. Click finish, and here we're going to extend it like that. So from the end to end, and then we need to cut the geometry. So once we click the cut, it did cut, and as you can see, now we have a kick plate. After that, what we could do is we're going to level 1 again and add in the top or the countertop. So go create again, another extrusion. Now change this to a stone. So go to stone, and maybe we could do granite cut polish. Press OK, and then we just need to copy the same width and depth. Click finish, but go to 3D again so that we could see what we're doing. Just pull it up like this, and then just pull the bottom late like this. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to use align. We're gonna align to the face. As you can see, it's perfectly aligned. And now we could just pull this down and just estimate a 25. So 25 millimeters, just 1 inch top, something like that would be good enough. So I'm happy with this. Now we can basically click finish, and here we go. We have this one done. What we could do is we're gonna insert the sink. So I think it's better to insert the sink so that you know that, or you can see what we're going to cut here as well. So let's insert load family, and then let's go to plumbing, architecture, equipment, or fixture, sorry, and then sink. And let's just choose a proper sink here, which is this one is good enough. Click open, and then type in CM space bar to turn it around, and we could just add it in the middle like so. Once you're done, we could go to 3D, and as you can see, we need to void this form. So we could just select here and edit the type, and here on level 1 we could click void again and create an extruded from here. So I'm just going to create an opening, so let's change it to rectangle and just create an opening from here, something like that. Click finish, but change it to 3D so that we can manipulate what we did. Make sure that we're grabbing the void, so you can just click on your tab, and then from your tab, let's pull this up. So we just need to know what we're pulling up, not that one. So I want to just select this one, but let me figure out. So the void form is right here. It's basically easier to select it from the bottom. Luckily, we haven't added the floors yet. So what I usually do is I'm just going to extend it all the way at the top, and from the bottom, just estimate it like that. Then after that, click cut, geometry, and then click finish. So it's still not appearing from what I'm seeing. So let's do it again. Edit type, and then let's look for, so I'm just clicking on the void form. So let's do it again. It's easier to undo it. Okay, cut geometry. There we go. Once you click cut geometry, as you can see, there's an opening there. You just need to click finish again. And here you could just manipulate now some of them. But let's leave that because it's not something that will be shown anyway. So we're just happy that we have this void already now here. So after that, what we could do is we could load in the fridge so that we could create a case for that. So go to insert, load family again, go back to the main, and then it will be under specialty equipment, domestic, go to mid-range, and let's go with the fridge. So I'm gonna choose this, open, go to level 1 and then type in CM spacebar and put it in the wall. Let's make sure we move it so MV exactly in the wall. There we go. I don't want the text to be showing, so I'm gonna click it, edit type, and then I'm going to uncheck the show label, apply, and then OK. Click it again, and then I'm just gonna put it in the middle like so. And then once that's done, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here on our section, and I'm going to do another model in place, generic model, press OK, and then we're going to add an extrusion. You will need to pick a plane, and we need to set it on this wall. After that, let's use rectangle to create this. And then delete this. And then slice this. So SL, split element. Press escape. TR, trim and extend. So that was trim and extend. And then SL for split element. It's under modify. After that, before you click finish, you will need to change the materials. So we could just go to miscellaneous again and choose a different finish. Let's try this one. Click apply and then OK. Click finish. Before you click the last finish, we could just extend it from here by using this arrow and handle. We want to make sure that it's not too much for this space, and we need to give it some room here. This is just perfect enough for this space, so we're just gonna give it some room like that. Click finish, and it will look like something like this, and it looks perfect. What we could do is we could also extend this one all the way to the top. We can even add some storage right here at the top. So that's something that we could do later on. Or maybe we could do it now since we're here. So I'm just gonna align this at the top of the wall, like so. I'm going to edit this and go back to section, which is we could just click it here, section number 1, and then we already clicked the edit, and then we're going to add void extrusion. Pick a plane, and we're going to pick the plane of the extruded part. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna create a void, AL, like that, and then we're just gonna copy. So some storages at the top. I think that's something different. Open storage, and then before we click finish again, it's already extruded or cut, so that's good. It become easy for us. We just need to extend it a little bit so that we have the depth, and then we can click finish. There we go. It looks nice. So something that has open storage that we could just add some stuff there. So next thing we're gonna do is the cabinet at the top. So the cupboard. Let's go to section again. And here we're gonna create the case. So here it will be another model in place, another generic model. Press OK, and then here we're just going to add an extrusion. Pick a plane, which is the wall again, and then after that, this will appear and you'll be able to create the cupboard. The cupboard, I want it to be around 900 from the top, and then here we're gonna set the depth to around 500 will be enough. And then here we need to set the material, and again we're just gonna choose a random material. Let's use this one. Let's use texture, wall texture, stucco. Apply, OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D to double check, which is good, and click finish. So we're good with this, but we need to create the cabinets, the face of the cabinets. So I'm going to go to section again and add the face right here. So we're gonna go back to model in place, generic model, click finish, and it will be another extrusion. Pick a plane, and we need to use the plane for the extrusion that we create. And then here we're going to add some cabinets like so. What I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna create a whole one, and I'm going to divide them. Maybe we could divide it from here like so. I'm not worried about the center line too much, and then here I'm going to just put it around 10 would be good. And then I'm going to copy this, and then multiple is checked. I'm just gonna divide it by 4 like that, and I'm just estimating it. After that, we created some multiple lines, so I'm going to do that so that we could delete those ones that are small, and this one as well at the bottom. After that, we need to use SL, split element, here as well, and then here as well. At the top, and then now after we finish that, press escape, TR, terminate extend. Okay, and the extrusion, let's make it as 15 only, and let's change the material. Let's just use another plaster, and this will be the one under the one that we just added earlier, and we could just click finish. Once we do, let's look at it in 3D and see what we've come and created. And that looks nice. So we're gonna leave it for now here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started creating the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this, and then we're going to add the base cabinet as well. So let's continue that by going to section, and then here we're going to use model in place again under architecture, and this will be another generic model, and then click extrusion. We will need to pick a plane, which is this one, and then similar to what we did, we just need to create this, and then after that we need to see where the midpoint is, and I'm just gonna estimate here because I want it to be on the center of the faucet or the sink. So I'm just gonna move it like that, and then I want to make sure that this is 10 distance of 10, which is what we did earlier at the top. And then after that, I'm going to copy this and just estimate. So here we're going to add probably 3. So for that cabinet, and here we could just change it a little bit like so. And by doing that, we could just change some of this to have a double line. So I'm going to manipulate that, and then this one as well. And let's move it a little bit for the distancing. And then like the one that we did at the top, we need to delete first the bottom line and the top line from here. After that, type in SL, that is split element. So just delete that. Okay. And then now use TR, that's trim and extend. And then let's do the one at the top. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this first. So let's change the material, because I always want to change the material so that I have have flexibility when I go to Twinmotion afterwards. Click Finish first, and then from here, as you can see, we already have set up everything. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create some drawers like this. So I'm gonna edit this again, edit extrusion, and I'm also going to give some space on the side to make it look realistic. And then here, now I'm gonna start adding. I'm gonna maintain the 10 distance, and then similar to what we did, I'm just gonna estimate some of the drawers. So let's give the same distance from here and then here as well. I'm gonna copy this, and then hopefully it's the same distance right here, which I doubt it, but we could just move it with our arrow key. So that's good enough. And then now we need to delete the small lines that we created here as well, and here. Now we need to do a split element. And then after that, we need to trim them. TR, trim and extend. Okay. Okay. So now, once we're done, we could just click finish and then finish again. Press escape and go to your 3D. We might need to extend this top. So you could just click on the top. We could use AL as well. So to the face and then to the face, so that we have some space there. Now what I'm gonna do is, let's do something different here by creating some handles. What I'm gonna do is a very simple handle. So we could just use model in place and then go to our section again. Go to architecture, model in place, and this will be another generic model. I'm just gonna basically create another extrusion, and I'm gonna choose this plane to create that. And it will be a very simple rectangular handle. I'm just gonna create this one, and then from here I'm gonna extrude it a little bit more, so around 25. So that's good enough. And then from here we could just copy. So let's just copy everything. And even here. I just need to align this. I think I'm off a little bit here. There we go. I was off a little bit there. And then I'm going to copy this again and then rotate it around here. I'm going to select everything. So I'm going to use tab, select it, and then rotate it 90. After that, I could use my arrow key, keyboard arrow key, to just point it like that. And then after that, we could just do mirror. I'm gonna mirror it something there. And then create a copy again. And then assume this is the mid point of this. What we could do is actually, we could just put this one, the cabinet right here, and then let's erase this part and on the side as well. So now it looks better. And before we click finish, let's make this a different material, which is a metal. Let's use aluminum, apply, and then OK, and then click finish. Finish again, and let's look at it 3D. So very simple, but it looks nice. Maybe we just put around 20 for the extrusion. Yeah, 20 would be good enough. Let's go back and just add here as well. So go back to section. It's not possible for you to just add it right here because we set the plane on this and we have a different depth from the one at the base and from the top. So you will need to do it again. You need to model in place, generic model, and then another extrusion. And then now we're gonna set the plane to this one. And then what I usually do to copy is I'm going to create something like this, select it, and then move it. Let's move it using this, and let's grab it from here. Now I'm going to just add it from here and then move it there and then create a copy somewhere there. And then I'm just gonna create a copy right here and right here. And then just move it about there. So now we're good and we could just click finish. And then let's just use the same materials. And want to make sure that this is 20 extrusion depth as we changed it earlier. Now let's look at it at 3D. And as you can see, we have everything at its place. And even the extrusion was changed. And now everything is looking good. So let's do the island now. So let's go back to level 1. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna move the section view like that. And we're gonna place the island right here. So we're going to go back to architecture, another model in place, and go to generic model and go to extrusion. And it's better to just use a rectangle like this. As you can see, we have a lot of space, so we could just maximize the width and the depth. around 1200, and then here we could just make this 2700. So that's good enough. And then we move it a little bit below. After that, we could click or change the materials first. So here we're going to make the case to a different. So let's use plastic. I'm gonna use acrylic. Okay, click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. Here we could set the proper height. Let's use 900 there, and then we have the extrusion right there. Click finish, and actually we don't need to click finish. We're gonna add another top. So go to level 1, press escape, create, and then another extrusion from the top here, like that. And as you know, we set it at 900. So extrusion, I believe we need to put 925, 25 millimeters. And then here it will be another stone. So let's look for a stone. Let's use this. Apply, okay. And let's look at it at 3D. Click finish. And there we go. We just need to pull this back to the face. There we go. So bottom face. Click finish. So we have our island created. Now we could just insert some furniture. So maybe we could go to the high end. I want to see if they have a better looking oak top. So let's use some of this. Range top. Okay. And then let's place it at the top here. So CM, type in CM. So range top. Added like that. And what we could do is elevation 925. Okay. And then click it, edit type, uncheck this show label. Click apply and then okay. I want to see it in 3D. It's actually huge. And we just need to define. What we could do is we could just move it below. So let's go to section and move it down like so. I want to see it back again and move it. Let's pull it up a little bit so that we can see the burners. So around 785. I want to see it back again. So that looks good. Okay. And then now let's insert or load the range hood. So hood island. Let's use this. And then go to level 1 and then CM. So that's the hood. Let's put it under that. Click it back again so that we could remove the label. Apply and then OK. Now let's go back to our section. We need to fix the height. So I couldn't see it. So we need to put it around 1500. And let's see it in section. There we go. We could just manually put it up. And then as you can see, there's an arrow at the top that we could just extend. There we go. We could just rotate this. I'm gonna rotate it like that, because I know this one should be on this. After that, we're finished with our kitchen. The last thing that we need to load is the furniture, which is the seating. Let's add this one. CM. And let's add the chairs like so. Select everything and just put it in the middle. So there we go. Finish our kitchen. I'm happy with the design and what we did. So let's continue this on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we finished creating the kitchen. The last thing we did is the island. And I just want to point out that for the island, I'm just going to click this one and then I'm going to push this a little bit there so that we will have an overhang and we have space for the legs here. So that's just the things that I just want to do before we move forward. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the floor for this area. So go to architecture, click floor. Let's use 400, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 1. Edit. The thickness, let's change this to 200. And then for the material, let's add in a stone. And then let's add this one. Apply and then OK. And then OK again. We're going to add it from the inside only. But this one, we will need to go around. So let's like add it like this. And then use trim. So TR. So let's add it this one as well. and then TR, trim and extend on all corners. We want to make sure that everything is covered, and then we could click finish. So that's done for this area, and then later on we're gonna do the carport and then all of this. So I just want to finish here from the inside, and also we're going to add the stairs. Um, Another detail that I want is I just want to move this right here, and then the casing for this, I just wanted to move it around like that so that we don't have a big gap there. So that's small things that I want to change. So that's good enough. And then now go back to architecture and then click on stairs. We need to say that this is base level 1 to level 2, and then now we just want it to be even, so I'm gonna change this to 16. Press OK, and then now let's add in 8. So you want to make sure that you have 8 remaining, and let's go on the other side. As you can see, it will create its own landing. So this landing, I want it to be around 1200, probably is enough. And then once you're done, click finish first so that we could just move this one right there. And then after that, we could just click edit and then expand it more. So little things that you will need to do to make it easier for you. And here we could just use align so that we could align from the wall. Oops. There we go. And then that one is good enough. And here we just need to click finish. So the stairs is done. And then now what we could do is we could go to level 2 and start adding the walls. So let's click on level 2. And as you can see, my underlay is turned on. So with level 1. So you just need to change this. We're going to change this to none later on once we finish adding all the exterior wall. So now we could select, let's select the exterior wall and then type in CS. So from there we could be able to just add in the wall. So let's start from A1. We just want to make sure that it's wall centerline chained and up to level 3. Here we're adding it and then clicking to A4. After A4, you just need to follow up to D4. Going back here up to D3, going up, similar here below, going down here, maybe around 500, and then around 1000, and going back here to the D grid. After that, we just need to close it up to D1. Under D1, go back to A1. So we're done with the exterior part. We just need to go back to level 1 because now I'm going to extend this 1000 more. Around 1000 to 1200. So I'm just estimating it around this. And then we're going to estimate as well this one to the same width. So the car will have enough width. And then after that, let's go back to level 2. And as you can see, we have this one extended like that. I didn't extend it earlier because of that I don't want to confuse anyone. So that it's easier for us to trace. So now, let's go to our underlay and click none. And then apply. We can just turn on and off that one. So here, what we could do is we could just turn it on or level 1 so that we could just add in the interior wall number 1 CS. Let's add it here first. So I'm just gonna add that and then turn it off or none. So the reason for that, so that we don't need to just click there and then look for the wall again. Here, now that it's here on this level, we just need to type in CS now. And then let's add in this wall, but we don't want to connect it yet because it has a different thickness and we need to align the face first. So now it's aligned, we can just move it and connect it and it will be flushed. This one, type in TR to trim and extend. After that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall, so interior wall right here in the middle, and I want to measure this from the grid line. So I'm going to change the temporary dimension, and this will be around 1300, and I'm going to use trim and extend to close this off. So now everything is closed off. And then here we need to add a wall again right here. So I'm gonna click this CS. Don't connect it yet. We need to align it. After that, connect it. And then this one, I want it to be move all the way there. Here, we could just go straight here. And now we just need to trim this part. So TR, trim this. And then now we just need to move this back again so that we have enough space right here. So everything is looking good. What I will do is I'm going to make this bigger, around 1750 actually. So now everything will move like this. So that's good enough for me. After that, I'm going to add another wall right here. So I'm going to use this CS, add it like that, and I want this to be from here based and then around 2050. So from this one to here will be 2050, and it already moved. I'm also going to add another wall right here. That's for the protection. And then I'm just going to place it right here because we will need to extend this one like that. Let's connect this so everything is connected. And then here, we just need to move this one just a little bit. So if I measure this, around 1200. And then let's close this off like that. And this one, let's move it like that. And then add in another wall right here. So everything is looking good. We just need to add in another wall right here. So let's add in wall, CS. Let's add a wall right here, which will be around 700 from this grid line. There we go. So 700 from this grid line. And then here we could add in the door. And then let's add in some more walls right here. So let's add in 3 walls. So I'm just estimating all of this for now. And then this wall would be around 3000. This wall is around 1650. So actually this one, let's make it 2900. This one will be 1560. And then let's leave this one around 1450-ish. Let's make this one, it looks too big, so we could actually just make this one around 2700, and this one 1500 will be good. And then now this will be 1675. After that, more walls. So CS, I'm just gonna add a wall right here, and then another wall right here. So this wall will be, I want to check this wall. From this, I just need the temporary dimension to work with me. So I'm gonna drag it. from here. Okay, and then now I could basically change this to around 3400. So that's good enough. And then this one, I'm going to extend this more right here. This one, I'm going to base it from here again and should be around 4600. And then here, we could just estimate this one. Move it around in the middle, like so. Now everything is shaping up. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to insert a tub. So let's go back to the main and go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and bathtub. Let's add in a 2D, and then that 2D, type in CM, and I'm going to add it right about here. Flip it around like that, and then let's add in a wall. In that wall, we just need to move it from our arrow key like that. After that, let's add in our sink. So now we need to look for the sink. So we could even type here vanity. And then right here, we have the round similar to what we add on the first floor. So we're going to add 2. And then let's add in a detail line, which is a thin line. And here we could represent us at the top. So now everything is looking good here. We can also add in our toilet. So domestic toilet 2D, and we're going to add it right here. So that's our toilet location right there. And then what we're going here is we're gonna pull this back. This will be the ensuite for our masters, which is right here. This one, we're going to pull this back as well. So now you're seeing all of this come together. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we already started with level 2. We added the exterior and interior walls. Now we're going to continue working on this. So I'm going to insert the tub again, but it's a different tub. It will be the freestanding one. So I'm going to use the 3D, click open, and then type in CM to add it. So I'm going to put it right here. And then We're gonna load again. By the way, this is under plumbing, architecture, fixture, bathtub. Now we're gonna go back here and then we're gonna add in the shower. We're gonna load the shower in, type in CM, and add the shower right here. But we need to edit this and we're gonna make it bigger. Let's duplicate this first. It depends on you what kind of name we're gonna put, but for me, I'm just gonna put it like that. After that, we could change the depth and then the width. So for here, I'm going to put around 1500. And then this one, for the width, let's do it at 2000. And let's see how it looks. So here, it looks like this, which is good enough for me. We can also actually make it wider more. So let's edit this and then let's put 2500. I think that will be the perfect size, which is this one. Now we're going to press escape, click this one, and then CS. That's create similar. It's a fast way of adding what you already put in by just clicking that item and then just typing CS. You're basically copying it and you can put it whatever you want. So after that, let's add in the sink. So CS again, spacebar. Let's add in two. Let's move it a little bit right here, like that. AL, let's align it. There we go. And then go back to annotate and detailed line. Thin line is already selected, and we're just gonna add in a line to represent. So here we could just move it like that. Let's move them both together by holding on control and selecting both of them. And there we go. We're moving it all together. So as you can see, it looks nice. We have a big area right here. And then here we could just extend this one a little bit. That's too much room for the top, for the freestanding top. So here we could just move this one a little bit like that, and even this one. Okay. So I'm just thinking what else we could insert now. We could insert, so go back to main and let's go to specialty equipment, domestic. Let's add in the washer and dryer. So I believe it's in the mid range. Washer and dryer. Let's add one of each, because you never know which one you have, and most of the time you have one of each, not the combo. So here I'm just gonna add this one, CS or CM. So washer and dryer. We're just gonna uncheck this first and then add and CO, which is copy, because we're gonna add both of this. We're gonna add in a sink right here, and then a line to represent the top. And then let's move it a little bit. So we have some space right here. And we have some area to do some some more of hanging the clothes, and some storage here. So after that, I believe it's better if I show where the door is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click the door and I'm gonna add the two panel, and I believe I added the 700 by 2000. So I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna add this one right here for now, and then I'm gonna move this wall. So that's perfect. And then let's click this and CS. I'm going to add it right here. For this one, I'm gonna add it right here, and then this one will be on this spot. This will be flip on the other side. So I think it's better if we just extend this like that. We're done anyway, so let's just extend that and put it somewhere here. So now we could click back here and then CS and flip it like that. This will be for the area right here. And the closet is on this side, and this one is for the other side. And then we just need to separate them using or adding a wall. And you could just estimate where is the midline here. We need to add the door right here, so CS, and then add the door on this side. And I'm just double checking what else we could add. Here, we're gonna open this up by clicking on the wall and then clicking on the wall opening. We're gonna represent it like that. And then other thing is we have our closet. This is a closet as well, but I use a door. So basically that represents a walk-in closet. And this one as well. So here I'm just gonna add in the sliding door. So click here, look for the sliding door that we added. So here, make sure this is 2000. And there we go. And then after that, we need to add the annotate and then detailed line. Let's add in the thin line first. So I'm gonna add it like that, and then like this. Here as well. Here we're gonna do a demolish, and then here detailed line again. For this one, we could just do this like that, or a U. Even for detail line, you can use trim and extend like that. And then after that, click it again, change it to a demolish, and then use that demolish to represent this. Here, we're just gonna add 2 lines. And here, the same thing. Oops. There we go. We fix it. And then now just double check everything if you add all of them. Now that you see that this is going down, we need to cover this up. And I'm just going to use this another wall. So the same interior wall, and then I'm just going to add it like that. So now everything is safe. So let's add in the beds. So go to insert again, load family, and then go back to furniture. So go back to the main, furniture, and then beds. And let's use this bed box. Open, and then CM. Let's change this to a queen size bed. And we're going to add the queen size right here. We can even add it on this area. And then what we can have here is some seating. So yeah, we could just do it right here. Delete this. Or it's better to have it right here. And then you could have some area here. So it really depends on you, how you would like to represent. This one will be on this, because there will be a window right here, and this one as well, facing on the other side, as there will be a window right here on this area. We will need to add in some desk as well, and here we could add in some desk as well. Similar to below, what I'm gonna do is, to make everything fast, is to turn on underlay, which is level 1. And here I'm just going to select that CS and then add it here. Again, this one, CS, and then add it right here. I'm also going to add all of this. So I'm gonna use some storage, CS, make it 2. The same one, CS, because I wanted to have a reading nook here, and then CS this one as well. There we go. Even the living room or the living sofas here, CS this one, I wanted to have it on this area as well. CS this one, or I think that's enough. Now I'm just going to turn back the underlay to none. Click apply, and as you can see, everything is showing here as well. This one we could just rotate. I think it's better if we rotate it 90 degrees, like so, and move it like that. And this one, we could just move it on this side. And now I'm thinking we could just move it 180 degrees and move it like that right here. So that looks better. We have a sofa here, and then now we just need to copy this so that we have it on the other side, and then move it closer. Let's do the same on the other side. Hold on control button so that you could select all of them, copy, and copy it from here. And then let's add it right here on this area as well. And then press escape once, and then you can still move it with your arrow key. And then once you press escape again, you're basically saying that you don't want to edit anymore and you want to finish the command. So now even if you um, press your arrow key, it will stay where it is. So now let's add in some desks. I'm also gonna turn on again because we already added the desk earlier. So I'm just gonna turn it on level 1 and then add this one, CS, and I want to add it right here. And then the chair as well, CS there. Now that's done, we could also add in the TV. So CS that one. For the TV, we could add it right here. And move this one on the space. So we have our own area right here. And we could just turn back the underlay again to none. And then here we could just CS this again. Put it in front, and this one as well, put it in front. This one we could flip it on this side. And here we could actually move it from here and flip it like that, so that we have enough room here for our entertainment system for this spot. Here we can also manage to pull it up like that. We can add in our table here on this spot so that it could be shown, you can see, or you will have a nice view. So either way, we're gonna add it like that. So that's our table. So I just want to double check that everything we did, and we have everything. For this one, we're gonna add in a balcony. So let's go to our floor. So go to architecture and then click on floor. Let's save this. And then let's edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 2. Edit. We're going to put wood here at second floor. Let's use ash, and then apply, and then OK, and then OK. Here, I'm going to add the floor only at the inner. After that, I'm going to use pick line and add the ones that are from the and then let's use trim, and then here we need to type in SL, so trim and X, so that's split, and then TR, let's trim this. Like I said, I'm going to extend this a bit, and I will reference the one below. So around 1200, I believe, is what I said, the extension of our carport. This one, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create or extend or add a line around 1200 as well, and then here like that, TR here, and then TR as well here. After that, click finish. We will edit this later on. It's because we need to change the materials for this, but that's for later. I just want to add this and just double check the underlay. So just go to your underlay and let's add level 1. And here we have this one, just a little bit. So let's just move this one or align it, AL, like that. And we can fix the other one right here later. So the other one is actually right here, but that will be good enough. So we could AL here and align it from here. So that's fixed. So everything is good enough. Let's just turn off the underlay to none, and then we're finished with the second floor. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start and finish the second floor. Now we're going to add in the roof. And then let's go to 3D and see what we have come so far. So here we have this one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add the roof, and then after that we're going to add in the windows. So we could go to level 2, and then from level 2 we're going to add the roof. So let's go to architecture and then click on roof. You want to make sure that this define slope is unchecked, and then edit type, duplicate, and then let's call this roof number 1. and then edit this, make this 200 thickness, and change the material. And then let's just choose ceramic or something ceiling. Acoustic ceiling. Let's look for miscellaneous. Yes, let's use this roofing or roofing slate. Apply and then OK, and then OK again. And then after that, you want to make sure that the base level should be level 3, but we're using level 2 as our guide. We're going to click pick line, and I want this one to be flush. So I'm picking the lines from the inside of the wall. And then now we need to trim everything, especially the ones that are here, because as you can see, it's overlapping. And then you want it to be base offset negative 200 because that's the thickness. Click up, click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. It now looks like this. What we need to do is we need to select each and every one of this. So once you select everything, we will need to click on one of the functions, which is attach top base. And then after that, click on the roof. And as you can see, it disappeared. Now everything is flushed. And next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in some windows. So let's go to level 1 and then let's start adding some windows. So here I'm gonna click on wall, but we need to go to the drop down and choose curtain wall. Once we choose curtain wall, we need to add it from the inside of the wall, similar to what I'm doing. And you want to make sure that this is from the inside of the wall. So let's just keep on adding the walls on those locations that we want to. So here, I'm going to add the wall right here. And then here as well. And then here, I'm just going to use CS because we already added that. So there, I'm going to add that one. Let's add it here as well. And then let's add it here as well. So I believe we're good with this. So I'm gonna click on modify and click cut geometry. We'll need to select the window first and then the curtain wall. We need to do that to all the places that we added a curtain wall. So we add it there. And then now what we could do is we could go to our 3D, and then let's set the height and the height of each and every one of this. We might extend this one all the way at the top, similar to what I'm doing, only on this area. So we need to cut geometry on this one as well. So wall, and then the curtain wall. As you can see, it got there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something to change this. And then for the rest, we will need to set a height and the base. So somewhere like this. So once we set something up, we could just align this one and then align it on the basement. We could change the width later on. For here, let's maintain all the heights for this area. There we go. So we maintain the height, and now we're gonna copy the base. For this one, we're not, because we're gonna add in a door. Here, we're just gonna pull it down somewhere here. I'm gonna use align to have the same height. And then let's go to our level 2 and add in the windows that we need. So here, let's click on wall again. It will be the curtain wall, and let's add in the wall like this on this area, and then a wall like this as well on this part. But you can click on spacebar. So for the wall, I'm just thinking, how come this one is not on this? So I'm just gonna use align so that to align this. So now everything is good. I just noticed that one. And then let's add in more. So here we're gonna add the one for the masters. And then let's add it here as well, which is we already added. What I can do is I can flip this bed on the other side. So I'm gonna select everything. Deselect this one, but select everything, rotate this 90 degrees. And then it's still active, so I could just use my arrow key. So now it's placed properly so that we can do something about on this area. And then here, I'm also going to add in a wall or a curtain wall on this. I'm just gonna flip it. I want it from the inside. And then here, we're just gonna add it on this side for now. And then let's now go to modify and cut geometry. And then here, we're going to add a window right here. Go back to wall, curtain wall, and let's just add it right here. So that's good enough. And then click on cut geometry again. Now go back to 3D. I want to set the height first, so AL. So align it to all the heights. And then for the base, that's something that we need to change depending on if we gonna add a door, which is we're gonna add the door right here. So we're gonna leave it like that. Here, we're gonna pull it up. So let's pull this up, zoom it a little bit, and then we're gonna do it like that. AL, and then here as well. We're gonna add a door right here, and here we're gonna add something different. And here we could just pull it up like that. Okay, so I'm happy with this one. We could pull this one down later on, or we could just hide it using some extrusion. Let me fix this one. So I'm gonna go to my and then let's use this to basically remove everything. We might even flip this one, only this one, so that it's showing the other side. And then now we need to do this so that it deletes all of it. So we just need to remove the other side, which is this, and let's extend it more if we can. Cut geometry. I know what to do now. Select that one and move it manually. I'm basically moving it like that. So the bits, little by little, everything will be removed, which now everything is done. We just need to pull this back a little and then align it from this wall. AL. So we need to manually align it. So this is aligned. And then from this one, we need to align it as well from the wall. So just manually do it. And we just need to extend it like that. If we see it on our 3D, we're still getting this one, a portion of the window. I want to see it in my shaded. So I want to remove that completely. Let's look at it at 3D again. And there we go. Just a little bit. It's not going to be seen in our renderings, but something that we could do right now. This one, we're just going to rotate this 180. And then just move it a bit like that so that it doesn't protrude on the window. So now it looks nice. We're going to add in some design here. Once we're done with the windows, I'm going to add in some curtain grids. So this one will be around 700 from the top, or maybe that's too much. Probably 500 from the top is good enough. And then we could add in a door. So here I'm going to click back curtain grid. This will be 500 as well. And then we're going to add in a door. This one as well, 500 from the top. And then now, for this, let's go back to level 1. I want that to be same width. So even though I'm estimating it, I just still want to show it like that. So it's good enough. Curtain grid, one in the middle. This one, let's add 3. This one, let's add only 1 without this one. Let's not add anything. And then now here we're going to add 3. And then this one here, 3 as well. And then after that, so this one, actually what I'm planning to do is I'm gonna equal everything. But before that, I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna add something on the middle so that it doesn't show this. So curtain grid about here, and I'm just adding like that so that I could just align it. I don't need to stress out there, so that's why I just added it randomly so that I could just do it later on. For this one, we will need to add in a different glazing material. So edit type, duplicate, so glaze number 2, and then the material, let's change this to a different class. We could use maybe another glass. Right here we have glass cast gray. Apply, and then OK, and then OK. So this too will have glaze 2. So that's done. So that's done with the glass. Now we could add in a grid, and then let's add equally first, and then equally again. Same thing here. Equal first. Okay. So now it will look nicer. Maybe we should add one here. Okay. And then now go back here and click on mullion, all grid. Let's change this to 50 by 65. And then click here like that. So all the walls, let's add this. Here, I'm just gonna go back here and add in a curtain grid, which is half, and then go back again to mullion, all grid. I forgot that we have another door here as well. Okay, now everything looks good. So this one looks nice. We're going to change some of the materials later on, but what I am gonna do is I'm gonna insert the door for this. So let's go back to the main, go to doors, and then you could see curtain wall single glass. This is specifically for this. And then now, once you select one of the panels, click on tab, click it again. So let's do it here. And then now we need to load it. So single glass, click open. Now that's it's loaded. Select one of the panel by tabbing, and then after that this will be available to add. Let's do it here. What you do is just hover your mouse cursor, click on tab, and then once it's highlighted only the panel that you want to add, click it, and then go to the drop down. Same here as well. Tab, tab, tab. If it's not, change the location of the arrow key. Click it again, and there you have it there. Now you can change the orientation by flipping it and going to your level. I'm gonna go to my level as well. Here I'm gonna flip it and turn it around, or we could just leave it like that. This one is perfect, so we don't need to worry about that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the mullions, and then we added the curtain wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. So before we start, I want to actually remove the curtain walls right here. It's because I want to actually create a nicer look for our TV. So here I'm just going to uncheck this stand so that it's flat, and then we're gonna create a proper entertainment system here. So I'm just gonna delete this. I'm going to leave the TV here and we could work on this. So I'm going to move this one all the way here, flip this so that we're facing on this side. You can double click here and our canvas is going to be all the way until here. So all of this we're going to set. I'm going to move this one right here so that that's the only view that we can see, and then we're going to create the entertainment system. So go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model, click OK, and then set, and then we're gonna pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here. We're gonna do an extrusion, and then we're going to extrude it 5, and then we're going to set a material right here. So we're gonna set a material first. This will be a wood material, and then let's choose this one, apply, OK, and then all of this will be our setup. Then knowing that we want our wall right here, so I'm gonna click finish. We have something here as well, but that's for the upstairs. So knowing that we have we should have a bookshelf here, I'm going to create that part right there. So I'm gonna edit this and then extrusion again with the same material, the wood material, and we're going to build in our shelving here. I'm going to set this and then pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here, and then from here we're going to do an extrusion. I want maybe a close and then an open, and then here we're gonna do probably 200, and then offset this one to 25. So open shelving and a closed shelving. So that's what I'm planning to do. And then we could have a line in between. We're going to offset this to 5 or make it 25. There we go. And then SL. So we could delete this and then SL again
to delete this. So that shelving is all the way down. I want an open one and then a closed one. So for the open one, I'm gonna put it right here. And then maybe one more here, and then maybe one in the middle. Okay, and then we're gonna offset this to 25. So at the top, at the bottom, and then on the side here, and then all of them SL, split element on them, delete them in the middle, and then on this side as well, SL, and then delete this one as well, and then this one. So now I'm happy with this. We can click finish. So we have our bookcase here. We could add in books there, and then we're gonna close this off. I'm going to add in a different material probably for this one. If we check it into our, so we have 200, we can make it maybe 400 instead, to make it thicker enough, so that we have enough space here. So I'm good with that, 200. And then shelvings here, we could put in a different material for maybe a white wood material. So we're going to have a different material first. So I'm gonna create extrusion. This one is a stone material. So let's check in stone. I'm gonna use slate for now, and then set it to pick plane. I'm going to have this one right here around 400, and then here 400 as well. And then the extrusion is same thing, 400, and then we could trim and extend, and then trim and extend here, and then we could delete. So click finish. So that's good right there. We could put this one actually maybe 420, so that it just sticks a little bit, because we're gonna put 10 millimeters for the doors here. So that's the extrusion for those. And then create again. We will have 400, but not the slate, the same wood that we use here, gulam, 32. So I should have done this before, but that's good. That's okay. We're going to have an opening here. Something like this, and then 25. And then we're going to have, I'm gonna copy this, both of this, for this one, SL, and then SL here, and then DR, trim and extend. And then we're just going to add something right here, and then add multiple ones, another shelvings. Or maybe we could just offset this one afterwards. We could equal this by using dimensions and then clicking here. So that's equidistance now. And then we could just put offset 25. And then SL again. And then delete this. And then delete this. So I'm happy with that. We can push in our TV here. So we can have our TV here with the backing of the wood material. So we can click finish on that and then edit this one again. We're going to create another, maybe the covering of this. So if we check it out, so that's the wood. Let's go to section again, and then I'm going to do an extrusion. This will be the face of this. So now I'm gonna pick a plane, and I'm gonna cover this one. So we need to set the extrusion, pick a plane, so I'm just going to close this for now and then move this back. So that's why it's not showing up the face, because it's too much there. So I'm gonna move this one as well so that it doesn't show up. There we go. So now once we do this, edit, create, extrusion, set, and then pick a plane, it will be selectable here, the face here. So now we can add, this one will be 10, and then different material. I want a wood material, but I want it to be white, so I'm just gonna use this one as a duplicate. This is just for show so that we can see it much better. We could offset this one by 5. I don't want 5, so what I'm gonna do is 2, just to have that. So I'm happy with that. And then after this, click on finish, and I want to see it in fine detail and consistent color, or realistic. So we have that opening there, and then now we could add in more of those. We can even edit this extrusion right here. No, actually we're good with this, and then I'm just going to make this one, this material but I want it to be extruded a little bit at the back. So I'm gonna do again is click this finish, edit again. I just like to click on finishing it so that I know what's going on and it's clear to me what's happening. So now create another extrusion, and then set, and then pick plane and select it here. And then this one, because this is 400, let's make it 370. And then I want the 2 offset. Spacebar to go in. And then spacebar again. There's always a 2-inch gap there, or 2mm gap, and then what we have to do is we just have to make everything look nice. But with that said, you can increase adding more of this seam there. It's not visible, but it surely looks nice, so you can do that if you want. And then you can showcase that you have something there. I want to actually edit and then pull this up a little bit because I want to add in some designs. So you can put in some shelvings right here. There we go. So click on finish. If we check here, we could add in your TV right here. Pull this one back, or we can actually see it now. And then we could increase this. So diagonal, we can put it at 2500. It's just going to be too big. So just a little bit. We could put it at 2000. So it's really up to you on how to design it, but as you can see, you can make everything look nice, and you can add in more stuff right here. So I'm just going to align it at the back here so that it looks flat there. So that's and then adding some books here, some vases with plants, and then the sculptures here. It will really look nice in the design here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the entertainment system.
So here on level 1, we created where the TV will be placed, and then we added some shelvings and some design here. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is to create the border wall, and then create the outside patio and then the swimming pool. Also, I want to change this. So instead of this one, I want to add a sliding door here instead. So it's a lot nicer. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on wall, and then we're going to edit type, duplicate, and then we're going to create a border wall. Edit. We're just going to leave it as 150, but we're going to change the material to a different material. I'm going to put in stone. So I'm going to use this. Click OK, and then click OK again. And as you can see, we need to set up our walls right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just simply go up to the D line and then create something like this. It will be around, I'm going to put it at 24,000 millimeters. And then here it's around 17 is good enough. So we have enough room to go around here. And then after that, what I'm going to do is we're going to go to south elevation. And then here we're going to add another line here. So you could go to architecture, click on level, or you could copy paste this or type in LL. So type in LL, that's the keyboard shortcut. And we're going to add around 300. And then here we're going to select and then click on the elbow so that we could manipulate this one so that we have enough room. And then here we're going to change it to ground. Press yes, because I want to change it from here as well. And then after that, we could go to our 3D view, and then we could just select this one, click on tab, and we want it to be base constraint to ground. And then here, again, click on tab, so that it will automatically select everything. Now we need to put this one to top offset level 2, but we want to have 1500 from the top. So I think that's more than enough height. And then we need to click on tab. We need to select all the exterior wall, because what we're planning to do is to change the base constraint to ground on all of this. So this one will need to be edited, and then this one as well. And of course, because of that, some of our flooring here is being shown. It's overlapping, and we're going to change that for sure. So we need to put ground on all of this, and then we're going to double check everything. So we could click this flooring right here, edit boundary, and then we need to go to level 2. We just need to push it back a little bit to the inside of the wall. And once everything is good, click finish, and then let's view how this one looks. It's very subtle. We just want that ground floor to be 300 so that we could add in a nice stairway here. Here on our level 1, we know that we have this wall right here, or this door right here. We don't actually need that anymore. So what we can do is we could just delete that, and then we could just leave this one open. So I'm gonna push this one back, and then we have this space right here for everything else. So another storage, and then I just want to delete this door there so that we have this fluid flow right here. Plus we don't have to design that door anyway. So I just want to have a main entrance here, and that's it. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to ground, and then we're going to add a flooring here first. We're gonna add some grass on the side, and then it's better to add it now. So go to architecture, click on floor, and we could go and edit this, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 3, edit, and then we just need to change the change this one. So we could do is we could use like a concrete. I'm just going to maximize this space so that we can see everything. Okay, so we have this, and then we could change this to one of the concrete materials, and we're gonna pull it up, click apply, OK, and then press OK as well here. And then now we just need to add the concrete first, and then we're going to change this one after we set it up, because it's better to have it right here now, and then we could just manipulate it later. So now what we can do is we can create the opening of the swimming pool. So I'm going to just add it right here, and then we're going to put it at 10,000 by 5,000. So that's more than enough. That's big enough for a swimming pool, and we could just press finish. And then now this is an opening. We need to create a wall for the swimming pool wall. So we could then edit, duplicate, swimming pool wall, press OK, and then here we could edit. Let's use something that is tile base, so we could do maybe slate blue, press OK, and then OK. And then here we just need to create a rectangle. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a rectangle first, like this. I'm going to edit this again. I don't want it to be so thick like this one, so I'm gonna put in 100. Press OK, apply, OK. And then I'm going to use align, AL,
and then align it here. And then align here as well, and then align here. Now let's go to 3D to double check what we did. So now what we have is like this. Click on tab, and then we're going to offset this from top. We're going to put it to ground, and then this one we need to offset this to negative 1500 so that it goes down. And then here at the top it's ground, but I want to top offset this one to maybe just 20. It's not a lot, but it will just be enough so that it's like this one. So that's good enough for me. And then now we need to go back to ground because we're going to set a model in place, generic model. We're going to create an extrusion, and we're going to put in the same material. So actually we need to close this first because I need to know the material that we created here or we added here. So textile slate, I'm going to copy that because we need to have the same material there. So model in place, generic model, press OK, click on extrusion, and then here rectangle, go to material. You need to paste this one so that it's easier to add, and then here we just need to click all of those, and then go to 3D so that you can see, and then you just need to pull it down, something like that. So that's perfect right there. We're gonna do another edit extrusion. This one will be the water. We're going to pull this one up, apply, OK, and then here we're going to put it right here as well, and then click finish. Go to 3D. We need to pull it down and then pull this one down as well, but just enough that we need to pull it down a little bit more. Something like that. And then click finish. And then if we check realistic, it looks like that. So that's perfect enough. And then after that, so we have our floor right here. I'm also going to add in a deck. So model in place, generic model, and then here we're going to create the deck. We need to set the material first. So one of the wood material, we're just going to choose a random one, and then we're going to add it all the way right here. I want it to be aligned so that it looks nice, and then we have enough space right here to go around. People can go around, and then click finish. I want it to be extruded 100 because we're going to add 100 again. So extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select the plane right here. And then after that, we're going to add this right here. We're going to push this back a bit We don't need to have that too much right there. And then we could just give this one some space right here. So maybe 1,000. That's more than enough. Click finish again. And then another one, extrusion, set. We're gonna pick a plane. We're gonna select this top here. And then we could add in the last stairs right here. So 500. And then click finish. And then we have our stairs there. Here we're going to put 100 again. And then here we're going to 100 here as well. Click apply. And then click apply as well once you do your changes. So now the deck is looking good. Small, but it will be very nice for the space here. Click finish first. So if you go to part 1 description of this video, so go to part 1, and there will be 2 links there on, in the description. One is for all the default Revit families, and then there's an extra families for the second link, and I will provide the pull ladder. So I'm downloading it at the moment, and then maybe the parametric folding door. So I'm gonna download both of them, and then we just need to drag and drop. So here, pull ladder, drag and drop that. We could add it first. So add it right here. And then we have another one that is parametric folding door. And then it's perfect on this size right here. So I'm going to go to level 1 and then DR, that's the door command, space bar, or we could just flip it afterwards. We could flip it right like that. As you can see, the size is perfect. We just need to edit is the number of panels. We're gonna put it at 6, and then 0 external offset, so we don't have that offset anymore. So at least it's not too big. And then we have this nice folding door right here that can basically extend the interior space into outdoor like this. So we have that pull right there. We just need to double check that now. The way we do it is, as you can see, it's over that space, so we just need to fold it. Make sure that this one goes all the way to the wall, but not too much. So that's perfect right there. As you can see, everything is showing, everything is connected, and that's the way we like it, like that. Finish off. Let's add in some grass right here on the side. So what I'm gonna do is click here, floor, edit, duplicate number 4, and then type in grass, pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK. And then here we just need to connect those right here. So we're gonna put it on this one for now until we finish up everything. So this one up to here, and then this one up to here as well. So click finish, and then let's edit this part right here. Okay, so let's see it. So that's looking good right there. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the backyard. We added a pool, we added a deck, and then we added the sliding or folding door. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do is I want to extend this part right here. So by doing that, we need to go to level 1 or ground floor to see, because I just want to add more front yard right here, because I'm going to extend this one all the way to the top. So I'm going to go to my south elevation, and then I'm going to select this wall right here, and I want to put it at the top a bit. So in that sense, I'm gonna top offset this around 1500, and then I will need to go around this in order to add the top here. So I need to go to level 2 in order to basically extract this one so that it's not all the way to the top. So what I need to do is split element, so SL, and we need to add it at the corner right there. Right there, so that's deleted or that's cut. We just need to double check everything because we need to pull it backwards because it's too much for that. So now SL again, and then we need to cut it right here. So now that's cut right there. As you can see, we can top offset this one to 1500. So now this one is cut. We need to go to level 2 again in order for us to see the surrounding of this. So the problem that we have is this is all the way up to here. So we need to put this one up and then this one as well up. So that's okay. We need to have that one up there and then go to our level 2 again, and then we need this one to go up. So we need to put 1500 for this one, and we need to change this to exterior wall. And then this one needs to be up as well, SL, and then we need to click it right there, change this to exterior wall number 1, and then go up. we need to edit this footprint. You could delete this and then delete this, and then we just need to go all the way right here and then trim and extend, and then pull this one back and then click finish. This one 1500. There we go. So now it's a little bit at the top there. So that's the design. We could make this one a little bit. So I'm gonna put it at 700. And then click apply. So that's more than good enough for us to add some windows. I'll make all the windows. Actually, I'm gonna put it 1000 so that we have enough room for the glass to make it easier as well to remember. So that's done there. We need to pull this one all the way to the top as well, and then this one to follow AL, then to follow. So that's good right there as well. Everything is working accordingly to what we want. And then we're going to add windows here and then windows here. And then if we want to, we could add windows here as well. So surrounding all of this bedroom right here. And then of course we're going to add in our roof. So let's add in our roof. What I want to do is to roof by extrusion. So pick a plane, and then we're going to, so I'm still thinking if we're going to do this like this, or I'm going to do a model in place instead, because it's hard for us to design it like that. So might as well just put it as model in place and then generic model, or if we put it at roof, that will be fine as well. So roof number 1, and then we're going to do an extrusion. And then the good thing about extrusions is that we'll be able to just manipulate that afterwards. So we could just add something, an overhang here. So around 7, around 8 here. We could put it at 800, and then 800 here as well, so that it's consistent. And then click finish, and then we will see it going all the way at the top and then all the way right here. And then we could just connect it there. And then of course we need to change the material. So we're going to edit, and then I'm going to do is gypsum wall board, duplicate selected material. So I have it like that. Click finish. So we can put lights here surrounding here, so that will be nice. And then I'm going to add a design. So I'm going to put an overhang here as well on this side. And then we're going to put this one as wood at the bottom. And then, or we could do a surround here. So what I'm going to do is edit in place. We could paint this. So I'm going to paint this one right here. Paint a wood color or wood material, so soft lumber. I'm gonna put it right there. Click finish, and then after this I'm gonna edit this again, and I'm gonna create a sweep. Big path, I'm gonna select this one right here, right there, and right here, so all at the top and surrounding it. Click finish, edit profile. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna push it a little bit at the top and a little bit at the bottom. Not too much. And then here I'm gonna create a notch somewhere in the middle right here. Not middle, but a little bit at the bottom. And then delete this. So the notch, we have something like that. And then SL, and then TR, trim and extend. Click finish, and then finish again. So in terms of material, we could do is the gypsum wallboard again, the one that we just created. So now it will look like that. We have a wood material right here and something on here. So, and then we could put a light around here that will look really nice. And then here we can paint this one to the same material as we have here, asphalt shingles. So we need to add this one right here, and then now it's the same material as we have right there almost, and then click finish. You can do the same here, so everything is similar. Another thing that I want to revise is this wall right here. So I want to trim and extend here, TR, and then here, this wall right here, I want it to be close after here. So I don't want it to be sticking out anymore. And then here, I just want it to be leveled. So what will happen is we will need to align this. Unjoin here, unjoin here, delete. And then here, we could just delete this one and then trim and extend. And then we could just add this one again. So now we have a little bit room to add for our walk-in closet right here. So that's good. So now this is flat. So that's perfect enough. And then here, of course, we need to lower this one out. So we'll just cover this one later on. But if you want to clean that up, what we need to do is to see where this one is. So you can do is check where is underlay, and then go to level 1, and then this is where it is. So what you need to do is SL, split element, and then we need to delete it, slice it from there, go to 3D, and you'll be able to pull this one down. So now nothing is overlapping and everything is connected all together. So that's fine right there. I like the way that looks. And then we might change all of this to a different panel or a different material for this one only. So maybe this one, and then here connected to this one. We could put in a wood material, so might as well paint it now so that we'll be able to visualize it. So even if we paint it at brick, at least we can recognize the difference of the material. So similar to that. Okay, so I'm happy with the way that looks. So at least there's a separation in terms of the way we look. As you can see, this is all the way at the top, and then we could add a design right here so that it looks nicer as well. Let's cover this up. I want to go to ground, and then let's add in a different material here. So go to architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 5, and then let's change this to a different concrete material. I'm gonna choose a random one, apply OK, and then OK. And then we're going to add a floor right here. And then we can just extend it from here. So we could just click here, and then TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. And then click finish. We could extend this grass now. I'm going to align it right here, and then align it on this. And then we could just have this one trim. So TR, trim and extend here. Actually, go back, trim and extend right here, and then all the way here. And then after that, we could extend this border wall right here. So CS, I'm going to add the wall all the way here, align it to this side, and then TR, trim and extend as well. And then let's look at it at 3D to see how it looks. So that looks good right there. We want to make sure that this one is top offset, and then we could put the base offset here, 200. Actually negative 200. Click apply so that everything is covered right there. And then in the next video, we're going to clean this up so that it's we could add in some gate, and then of course we're gonna do some design here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to model all of this. Now we're going to continue working on this. And what I want to do is to add the model on this side now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have a balcony here, but we're going to design this one first. So to do this, what I want to do is to go to our south elevation, and then once we're in south elevation, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, component, and then model in place. And we're gonna use generic model, press OK, and then OK, and we're going to create the extrusion right here, but we have to pick a plane, which is this wall right here. So I'm gonna set this one, pick a plane, and we need to set it in front of this. So this one is good. After that, we're going to click on extrusion now, and then we need to model our design. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pull this one all the way up. I'm going to make this one at least 400. And then I'm gonna do the same thing around it. So 400 here. We need to move this one on the side so that we have more space for our design. And then here we're going to model it something like this. And then after that, TR, trim and extend on all corners. And then we need to remove those remaining lines there. Of course, we're going to extend this one a little bit to have our design to make it nicer. So I'm just going to extend this one. Around 800 or around 700, and then align it at the top, AL at the top like that. So click on finish, and then I want to see it in 3D, and then we're going to expand it. Of course, we need to change the material. And then in terms of how this one looks, we need to check how much depth this one is. So around 2000, so a little bit 400 more. So let's make it 2000 extrusion. And then click finish, and then actually we can change the materials here. So I'm going to use gypsum wallboard and then duplicate that one. Create duplicate, selected, and then press OK. and then click finish, go to south to check how it looks, and then 3D. So very simple, but we're going to put some design there for sure. We might have to pull this one up because actually we have to add this one right here. So we'll put this one up, edit the extrusion to make this one 400. So that everything is just aligned to this one right here. And we shouldn't go over anymore. I think that's the best use for this. We might go over on this side. So to be a lot, I'm going to check this one again. So around 1500. For some reason it's not going, so I'm just going to, there we go. I was putting it on the other dimension, so that's why it's not showing. So now I revise it to look like this. I want an extension here on the side, so we're going to add an extension of this one there. In terms of how long, depending on the way we want, we could just copy the 1500 and then we're going to do an extrusion there. So to do that, I'm going to do an extrusion, set, pick plane, and then we could just select this plane right here. And then we could go to either, I think this is west elevation, and then we could do the extrusion, and you want to make sure that it's gypsum wallboard number 3. That's the one that I just duplicated. And then here we're going to connect. And then I'm going to align this AL, align it to this corner right there, or to that face. So now it looks really good. I also want a closure here. So I'm gonna go back to west, and then I'm gonna create another extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this wall again. And then we'll want to make sure that you're consistent with what was the material is, and then we need to put 400, and then go back to 3D EL to align it to the other faces. So now we have something that looks like this, and that looks good right there. I'm happy with the way this one looks. And then now, what I want to do again is to maximize. So I'm going to click on finish this, maximize this window right here. I want to double check how this window is. So I'm going to push it up to here at the ends, and then up to here as well at the end of this. And then if we go to south, we can make this one nicer. Same thing, but let's just equal all of this. So it's easier to just do this instead. And then mullions, same thing, all grid, so that it's going to be added. So it's simple like that. And then here we could just elevation, so around 500. And then no stand. So when you see it, it feels like it's connected to the wall. And then let's do the same here, so that if we're in Twinmotion, it's showing like that. And you want to make sure that this one is like that as well. And then don't forget to turn this to none, so that you don't see anything on the level 1. So this one is modeled like that, but I want to add some design here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to south elevation and then edit. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a void sweep. Oh no, not a void sweep, but just a void extrusion, just to give this one character. So I'm going to add something like this. Something like this right here. And then I'm gonna copy. But first I'm gonna set this one, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this plane right here. I'm gonna copy this around 1000. Something like this right here. So it's just 50, and then the length of this, and then 1000 each. I'm gonna make it, I think, 3 of them. That's good enough. Let's go to 3D to see how it looks. I'm gonna push it something like that, and then cut geometry, and then as you can see, simple but with character. And then we could do it here as well if we want to, just to give that design right there. So let's go to south and then click here and then edit, and then void extrusion again, pick a plane and then select this plane. Here we're just going to do 2 and then 50, and then copy it, 1000. There we go. So click on finish, go to 3D, and then cut geometry. We want to make sure that we don't go over to the design. I think that's good enough as well. It's not too much. So it's just giving us some design ideas there. Because if we go over that, I don't think it's gonna be good though. It's okay, but I rather to make it subtle enough to have that design there. Just we have it at the top, just a line, and then we have it right here. So it looks really nice. Thing we can do is to add a design at the back as well. Similar to that, we could add in something right here. So we could go to our north elevation, and then we could just create a model in place again, generic model. Set it, pick plane, and then we're going to use this plane right here. And then click on extrusion. And then here we can do is similar to that. We can create something like this. And then maybe we could just offset this one. I'm going to do 200 offset. Spacebar to go from the inside, and then we could just maximize this height. I could actually make this one 300. Actually, it's not going to be even on all of them, so I might as well just leave it like that. And then we're going to do the void extrusion. But before that, let's extend this one, similar to what we did here. So extend this one right here, go to level 2. We want to make sure that it's just more than enough, and then go back to north elevation, and then we could do a void extrusion. Select this one right here, and then we're going to create this one. But before that, let's set it. So don't forget to set it first, and we want it here. And then 50. And then we're going to add three. So we're going to add 1 here, and then there's going to be 2 on the other side, just for design purpose. Click finish, go to 3D, and then push it a little bit somewhere right here, and then click on cut geometry, so we have something that looks like that. And then go to level 2, and we're going to add our railing, and we're just going to add it right here. Click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. So we're going to maximize that for sure. Edit that, and then push it all the way there. And then we have something that looks like that. We're going to do it on this side as well. So we could go to level 2 again, and then do it right here. We could nudge it so that we could maximize the space a little bit more, and then click finish and look at it at 3D. As you can see, that looks really good with that design. And then let's go to ground. because I want to see how we're going to delete some of the walls right here so that we could prepare it for the next. So here we're going to split element here, and then we could delete this. And then here we're going to SL. This will be some designing here, but here we have our carport, so we need to at least split it on this side. Here we could do the design. So what we can do is go to our south elevation and double click here. I'm just gonna make it simple enough for this one right here. We're going to have something like this, maybe around 500. Push it a little bit right here, so not too much on the edge, something like that. CO, copy it, and then just copy it again, and then click finish. And as you can see, we have something that looks like this. For me, that's good enough. I like the way that looks. And then in the next video, we're going to add our gates. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to cut all of these border walls so that we could create our gate here. And then also we extruded, or we created a model for our openings here, for our balconies, and we also created something here at the back as well to make some designs. So now we're gonna continue working on this, but first what I want is to add in the curtain wall door. So to do that, we need to load first. So we need to load the door family for the curtain wall. So here we have curtain wall single glass. We're gonna use that. So click open. So once it's loaded, you can select this panel right here. You can click on tab if it's not working on you. So for example, if you're selecting this one, you need to click on tab multiple times until you have this one highlighted. Select that panel, and then now click on drop down, and then you have this single curtain wall glass. And then as you can see, you have the glass there. And then we need to go to level 2, but before that, let's finish up this one first. So let's go to our south elevation, or sorry, north elevation for this one. And then I just want to maximize this space right here. And then I want to go to level 2 to see how far that we can extend this one, because I want to extend it all the way somewhere right here. I'm gonna put it all the way right here, and then this one somewhere after this. It's good enough. And then we need to go back to our north elevation, and then we maximize this one. So we need to just clean up the way we have it cut. So we need to go back to architecture, curtain grids, and then we need to put this one in midpoints. So after that, click on mullion, all grid, and then just select them. And then now here we can select this one. As you can see, it's highlighting the panel, and then we could just drag and drop and just click the curtain glass afterwards. And then you need to go to level 2 in order for you to change the orientation. So for example, like that. And then here we need to flip it and flip it again to go it on the other side. So now if you can see, we have our doors right there and also here in the front. So we're good with that. So next thing we're gonna do is we need to go to our south elevation, and then we need to set up our model right here. We're gonna model it the gates. So what I want to do is to, and also I want to add in some grass patches right here so that we could add in some vegetation on this side so that it's look nicer. So we're gonna add in front and then at the back as well so that everything looks proper. So here, model in place, generic model, and then click OK. And then we're going to do an extrusion. We're gonna pick up a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane right here. And then you want to make sure that to change your material, of course, we need something metal for the gate. So I'm gonna choose something that we have random here that we haven't used yet. And then after that, we can now create our model. I'm gonna create a model here first, and then after that, actually, I'm gonna undo this one first and select this, and then offset this one to at least 5 so that it's not, so space bar, so that we have some gap that we can see there and it's not all the way to the edges. And then after that, we can offset this one to 25 as well, and then space bar again. So once we have that, we have the frame first. So we can click finish on that frame and go to 3D. And then of course we need to push it back. And then we're just going to put it halfway, similar to that. And then after this, what we can do is we can go to south elevation again. We can close this one and then this one as well. And then we need to create again extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select it on this plane. And then we're going to add, so this one is going to be the depth, it's going to be 25. And then click on finish, and then go back, and then we need to fix it first. And then here we just need to put it in the middle a little bit, not too much, because I still want that change there. Here I just want to double check something. We have it in 50. That's good right there. And then now click on here, and then we could click array first, select this AR. So actually this already is a scale, so that's why I was like thinking what's going on. So now click on last, and then we could put this one to maybe 15 for now, and then go all the way to the bottom. And then if you like it, you can maximize this spacing. At least you want it to be looking like this. And then if you want, you can change this to 16 so that it has a different spacing right there. So as you can see, it looks good now. So we could click finish on that. So simple like that. We finished the gate for the front. But if you notice, we actually went over the ground. So now we need to fix something, because we just need to put it all the way up to here. It shouldn't be all the way there. So I'm gonna edit that one, edit this one, edit extrusion, and I'm going to pull it up a little bit like this. We need to edit this one because we're gonna fill that gap for sure. And then here we could put it at 14, and then we could pull this one up, and then it will space itself. So as you can see, that's good right there. So of course we're going to have the sidewalk and then the road later on, and then we're gonna fix that. But for now, we have this one, and it's doing good right there. So I like that. And then of course we're going to copy it, same thing here. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna select this, edit in place, and then here create extrusion pick plane, and then we're gonna select this wall again. Make sure it's aluminum, the one that we used before, and then here 5, and then from here space bar up to the bottom here, and then click hit here 50, and then go here and then click it right there. And then obviously this is too big just for one, so we're going to make this one up to the midpoint. So we need to look for the midpoint. I think the midpoint is right here, so I'm going to pull it all the way here. I'm gonna unjoin that and then just figure this out, and then there's gonna be a gap here, so that's fine with me. So that's good. Now we could just click on finish, and then you want to make sure that this is the same alignment. So I'm gonna align it at the back, and then AL again for the front. There we go. Click on south, and then now we need to do the same one, extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna select this plane right here, and then maybe similar to this. And then what I'm gonna do is, to make it simpler for me, is to just move this and then just align this one. We can actually use align for both ways, so to make it easier. So now we can click finish on that, go back to 3D, AL, align it at the end or at the back right there, and then AL again, align it here. So everything is aligned. And then now we just need to do an array, go all the way to the last, sorry. And then we could do 14. And then we could just align this one from the bottom so that everything is equally spaced, similar to the gate. And then now we just need to click finish, and then here we just need to go edit again, select right here, CO, and then we could just copy it. Of course, we're gonna create some space. Here we could just click on or do some notches. So the gap here is similar to this. So I'm happy, and we have some gap here in front. So we could just click on finish, and as you can see, that looks really good. We have something that is like that. Now, so now what I want to do next is to just create this stairs right here, but I'm gonna create it using model in place so that it's easier for us to design it. So here, go to ground, zooming in, and then go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model, and press OK. Create an extrusion. Then we're gonna extrude it 100. Change the material to concrete. And then I'm just going to pull up a random concrete material and then just add it like that. So we're gonna do a longer one first. And then we're going to put it 1200 first. Click finish. And then after that, create again. Set it. Pick a plane. And then we're going to select this plane right here. Another 100. And then here it's 800. Click finish. And then create again. Another one. Set it. Pick a plane. And then select this one right here. And then here we're going to put this one right here. Click finish, go to 3D, and as you can see, everything is lining up because we put it at 300. And then we could just add in some lights here later on. And then we can click finish right now. After that, what we can do is we could go to ground, and then I want to add more grass part. So, and then we're going to add in our floors here. So go to architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be the road first. So floor 6, edit. And then we're going to change this to a random concrete material. That one is already used, so we're going to use another one. And then we could just add concrete right here. We can put it all the way here so that everything's lining up. and then we're just going to do it at 20 millimeters. I think that's more than enough. I want to add in some grass part in front, like I said, before the sidewalk. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna add floor 6 right there, and then I want to add floor 4, which is the grass. I want the grass part on this side as well. We could align this, and then another grass part around here, and then I know I'm going to put in some houses on this side. So here I'm just going to maximize this space, make sure that everything is looking good. And then I'm thinking of adding just concrete here, so that it's just going to mask the area. So I'm just gonna do that, but different concrete material. So no, actually just floor. Edit, duplicate floor 7, and then another concrete material. Apply, OK, and then OK. And then obviously we need to fill this up. Don't attach. And then there we go. And then we could just add in houses here on the side, maybe 2 or 3, and then maybe 2 here, so that it looks populated. And then of course we're going to add the sidewalk. So we're going to add the sidewalk here. So for the sidewalk, we might extend this one as well depending on the look of the sidewalk that we're going to do. I'm going to use model in place for the sidewalk, generic model. And then here, what I want to do is to just do an extrusion set, and then I want to put the plane right here at the top here, and then just 100. And then we're going to put in a different concrete material. I'm going to just add it right here on this side. And then I'm going to put it at around 2000. And then here as well. So CS. Actually, you don't need to do CS when you're still in the and you're still working on it. Then we're just going to align. I'm gonna make it 4000 instead because of what we're doing. I think that's more than enough. And then we're just going to make it big enough for the street. So we're gonna finish that first. Edit this boundary right here, and then edit this one. around 31,000. I think that's good enough. And then edit this one as well, because we're going to make on the other side as well. So this one is 4,000. And then here we could have a patch of grass. So I'm going to edit this again. I'm going to make this fillet arc, 3,000, and then 3,000 as well. And then this side will have a patch right here of grass. We're going to add grass there. And then aside from that, we have we can delete this. We have a patch of grass here as well. And then we could just put this one at, yeah, 1200 is good enough. Copy it. $1,200 there as well. And then click finish. And then let's look at it at 3D. So it's looking like that right now. But we're going to add an extrusion again. But this time it will be grass. And then just add those grass right there. And then here. So we're gonna finish that first. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the site. We created the sidewalk, and then also we created the gates. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is to go and click the sidewalk that we created and then edit in place. And I just want to add in some details right here so that it looks nicer. So I'm going to do a sweep, and then here we're gonna pick path and then 3D pick the edge. I'm gonna select all of this, and then after that click finish, edit profile, and then we're going to create our profile right here. So here I'm just going to change the material. I'm going to use one of the concrete material, so another random one, and then click apply, OK, and we're going to
copy this for sure so that we could use it on others as well. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one. I'm going to create this. So I know this is 100 from the bottom. And then this will be 100 by 20, so that's fine. I just want to create another extension here. This will be, let's make it 50. And then let's make it 55. And then trim and extend. We could do a fillet arc here, and then we're going to put it at 5. And then I'm just going to add a little bit right here as well. This will be, make it 5 by 5. And then trim and extend. And then trim and extend here. And then what we can do as well is to fillet arc here. I'm going to do 5. So we have this one right here. We could copy this if we want, and then click finish, and then finish. So now we have this design right here, and it looks really good. Simple but really good right there. So I'm gonna do it on the other side as well. So we can do is click create, click sweep, pick path, and then select this path, finish, edit profile, and then we should just add this one right here. Click paste. So now this one looks like this. What we can do is we could rotate this RO and rotate it 90 degrees. And then here we could just move it MV, select this one, and then we could add it onto the intersection there. And then with that, we can easily just select finish on that. So it's a lot faster. We could copy paste those. And then here as well, what we can do is create, sweep, pick path, select on this side now, and then click finish, edit profile, and then paste it. So Control V, and we'll be able to have this. Now this one is different orientation. What we can do is we could just work it like that. So just mirror it. So I'm gonna do it again. Mirror, and then want to make sure that you mirror it 90 degrees so that there's no angle. We could remove this now. Delete this. And then copy and then move this. Not copy, but select all of them and then just move it to the intersection. And then we're good to go. And then click finish on all of those. So it's just a fast way of adding those details right there. And then actually we're here already, so I'd rather add in a little bit of those extrusion in front of the door right here. I'm going to align it. I want to make sure that everything is aligned. Click finish, and then obviously we're going to just put it at 5 so that it's flat there.
And then this one shouldn't be grass, but the concrete that we just added. So this one. Okay. So now if you notice, we have something like that. And we want to make sure that it's aligned properly. And then it is. So we can finish that. And then now we have this detail like this. And that looks really good. So we have at least the separation of different materials on this, and that will make it look nice and detailed. In terms of the one that we have here, I know this one is just flat there, but we're gonna fill it up with grass, so don't worry about that. And then here, I think we're good with this. So now what I want you to do is go to part 1 description of this video series. So go to part 1 of this house series, and I want you to download. It will be on the second link. We need to download the lighting face-based. So we had spotlight. This one is, I just want to double check. So either this one or this one, both of them are face-based, but I want to do is either the circle or the square. So it's really up to you to decide which one you're gonna choose. But here I'm just going to use the square base, and then we can just close it here. And if you want, what you can do is just drag and drop this one. So square base, lighting fixture. So drag and drop, and then once it's added there, you can just select to the location that you're going to add it. So I'm gonna add it here at the top there, and also below here. So it's easier for us to add it now rather than we're gonna do it later, because at least we're able to add it in multiple areas now. And then obviously we're going to add it here as well at the back, and right here on the bottom here. So now what we need to do is to add them properly. If it's visible here, it's fine, but we need to go to our ceiling plan in order to see it properly. So here, as you can see, we have it showing up here. So we could just assume that this is the midpoint of this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it in every 1,000 millimeters. So that's 1 meter. And then I'm just eyeballing it if it's in the midpoint. So here I'm going to type in 1,000 and then copy it again. Make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on typing 1,000. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it here. And then I'm going to go on this side now. Just keep on typing 1,000. And then here, what I want to do is nudge this one like that. So everything looks good. And then we have something right here as well. And we're gonna do the same idea. So copy it, CO, and then type in 1,000. and then we're good there. I want to make sure that this is in the middle. And then let's go to level 2. Here in level 2, we're going to add the same idea. So here, copy it, type in 1000. And then we're good there. And then we're going to add the same thing onto this side. If it's not showing, what you need to do is go to 3D and add it on that side, because that's the issue we have there, is that it's a model in place, and the only way that you can add it is you have to add it first to that face there. It's not simple enough to just copy it. So right now we need to do it again. Copy, CO, and then type in 1000 on every location. So now we're just stuck with this 3 right here, so that's fine. I undo the last one because it's not gonna show anyway, so we're good with that. That's why there is a error showing up because of that. And then the issue with that is it's just going you want to make sure that there is no angle being made. So I'm good with this. Everything is in there. What I want to do is to add light. I'm going to copy this CS onto the bottom here. And then now we need to go right back to level 1, and unfortunately it's not showing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to this, or to level 2 actually, and then do an underlay of level 1. And then unfortunately it's still not showing around this area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to hide first all of this, hide it temporary, so hide element, and then now we need to just show this CS, and then we need to add it here. There we go. In level 1 of that, it's showing. So we just need to add this first, and then we could just bring back the ones that we hidden. So here I'm going to make this one 2000, every 2000. I think 2000 is good. CO, and then add it. And then I'm actually going to change this to 2000 as well. and then we're going to at least notch this one in place so we have it something balanced there. And then if we go to level 3, this is not showing there, so I'm gonna do is I'm going to do underlay again, but level 2. It's not showing as well, so I'm gonna double check that now. I know we added this one, and then here we can go and do the level 3, and then we could do 6,000. So the view range is not showing. There we go. Just making this cut plane to 0, 0, it will appear. So I'm going to move this to this side and then copy it. There we go. And then copy this again. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to make this centered a bit. And then here I'm just going to copy this one. Every 1000 again. And then I'm just gonna leave it like that now. I think that's perfect enough. We have lights there and then lights here. So we're covered with that. I'm also going to light up the stairs here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to ground, and then I'm going to add a section here so that it's easy for us to view it. So now here we're going to add it in place, and then click here, void extrusion, and then pick a plane, and then we're going to select this plane right here, and then we're going to actually it's easier to create this one in 3D. So create this one, we could select this, or you could actually not void extrusion, I believe void sweep is much better, so it's easier to create. So edit, void sweep, pick path, and then we're gonna pick that path. So finish that, go to profile, so click the sweep first and edit profile, and then we need to add this one. So here is just a placement. I'm going to make this first, so I'm gonna zoom it so that everybody can see properly. I'm going to put it at 20, and then I'm going to use that 20 for my 5, and then 5 here, and then delete this, click finish, and then finish. So cut geometry, and then there you go. So now let's do the others. So I'm just gonna do right here, edit in place again, create, void sweep, pick path. We're gonna select this one, finish, click here, edit profile, and we're gonna do 20 first, and then after that 5 so that it's similar to the others, and then 5 here as well. And then click delete here, finish, and then finish, cut geometry. And then here, lastly, we're going to void sweep again, pick path, select this one, finish, click here, edit profile again, and then we could just put 20 here, and then 5. And then delete this. Click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. And then before we finish, we need to paint this one, luminance. So this one, high luminance glass. This is the material that we're going to use to paint the one at the back so that it glows later on. Let me do this again. I need to select the one at the back. So click on your tab in order for you to select the correct face. So there we go. Click done and then finish. And we have our stairs with lights there. And then before we finish, we need to undo what we have here. So we need to click here, temporary hide, and then let me double check right here. Click on reveal hidden element, and of course we're going to select this and then unhide it, and then click toggle finish. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the lighting here on our ceilings, and then also we finished the sidewalk and then the one for the stairs. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do is to add number right here. So let's go to our south elevation. And I want to put in the house number. So I'm going to go to architecture, model text, and pick a plane. And we're going to select this plane right here. So once we do, we can press OK, and then just place it at the moment there. And then after that, we can select this model, edit, duplicate, and we're going to put it as house number. And then now we could change the text font if you want to. So depending on what font you want, I'm just going to use Arial. And then I'm going to put it at around 200 and see if it's good enough size. I think that's good enough size right there. In terms of the material, I'm going to change it to a metal material. So let's select that one and then pull it up. Let's pull up a random one that we haven't used yet. So apply, OK. And then here, I want it to be depth in 25. And then in terms of the text, we could change this one. And then we could put in 96. And then go back to south elevation. Check if it's too much or if it's too big. We can always edit. So here we could do 150. Then click apply. And then let's add it right in the middle right here, because I want to add in some lights here from the outside. So what I'm gonna do is to go to model in place, generic model, and then we're going to create an extrusion, and then we're going to select a plane, and then we're going to select this plane as well. And then here we can go do another metal material. And then here we're going to just add that part right here. We're going to put this one at 40 depth. Click on finish. And then if we look at it, it's very simple like that. And then we're going to add another extrusion. Pick a plane, and we're going to select the same plane. And then here we're going to change the material to luminance. So let's type in luminance. And then select this one. Click OK. And we could just create this one now. So very simple design. And then we could do 40 as well. Now if you check, it will look like this. We just need to put it in a couple of places. So now we're going to edit and then place it. So copy. We're going to place it on this part as well. And then on the other side. And even here, we could place it. And then let's place it all the way right here. And then I'm just estimating the location and how it looks. And then now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on finish and then edit it again. And then here, we're going to go to 3D and I want to pick a new face. And I want to add it in the front entrance. So pick new, and then we're going to add it here. And then go back to south elevation, because I want to at least put it in the midpoint of that. And then copy it again, and then put it in the midpoint of this. So everything looks nice and centered. And then click finish once you're done, and then do 3D again. And then now that we're done with that, we could go to ground floor and do a camera view. So I'm gonna create a camera view from here all the way here. This is the view range of that view, so you need to extend it further. And then here is the view of that. We could do a realistic, but not the ray tracing, so I made a mistake on adding that. So it usually takes a while for it to be done, so let's just wait. So as you can see, we have the ray trace, and then we're gonna flip it back to realistic. We don't need that much information there. We just need a 3D view so that we could create our starting view. So every time we open this, that will be the starting view that we're going to see. So go to manage, and then we're actually view, and we need to look where this is it. Here is the starting view. So click on that, and then I'm gonna choose this 3D view number 1. So this will be our starting view all the time. So every time we open, it will be the view that we're gonna see. And then here, this is the one that we're gonna use for rendering as well, because we're going to create our sheets now. So to start, what we can do is create some sheets. So we're gonna do new sheet. E0 metric is already loaded. I'm gonna use that, but if you need different kind of sizes, what you can do is load it and then go to title block, and we have different kinds right here as well. So it's really up to you. So I'm gonna do A0 metric to start, and then we're going to add 5 of them. So here A101 is the start. You can change it here. So here I'm gonna put ACD owner, and then this one is house project, and then you can now change it here, though this one is cover sheet. So that's the first one, and then we're gonna keep on adding new sheet. So go to sheet, new sheet, and then A0. So as you can see, it will keep on adding, and then it will keep the sequencing. So depending on the sequence that you start, it will follow along, and our Revit will recognize that sequencing. So for now, we're going to create 5 of them, one for first, second, and then elevation. And then now you can change the namings here. So here you can change first floor, and then if you double click here, you can also change it here. Second floor right there, and then elevation, and then another elevation right here. So now we created the 3D view earlier. So now we need to go to our view, and then we could render this now. We're just going to use draft because medium until the custom is really depends on how big is your rendering image, and it will take a while. Of course, the custom is the best, as well as it will render it nicely. For drafting, it will just give you the sense of oh, this is what it will look like. So just to start, most of the time I recommend that you use draft first so that you can see how it looks, and then you can calculate if you want it to render, because usually rendering takes a while. So here I'm just gonna leave everything and then click on render. and usually it just takes a couple of seconds to finish, and then once it's done, you will see the result. So it just takes a couple of seconds, and then before you do anything else, I suggest that you can change the exposure. So for example, if this one feels like it's dark, you can make it brighter by changing the exposure and then changing all of this shadow, saturation. So it really depends on you. So I'm gonna make it brighter and then warmer. And then here, as you can see, it's too much of brightness. And then the color will also reflect. And then if you made a mistake, you can reset it so that it will makes it much easier for you to reset everything. So here I'm just going to make this one a little bit nicer and then press OK. And then once you're done, you can export it, or you could just save it here. So once you save it, it will create a rendering view. So I'm going to put render 1, and it will be available here as well. So renderings. You can close this now and go to our cover sheet, because we can use that rendering to be our rendering cover image. So here we don't need the rendering title or the title there, so we could choose no title, double click here, and then you'll be able to expand, and then as you can see, it looks much better. Of course, the bigger the better. As you can see, you'll be able to see everything nicely, especially when we printed this as to PDF. So after this, once everything is done, I'm going to create a drawing list. So let's go to schedule and then right click, and then here, new sheet list. We're gonna use sheet number first. I want to see that first, so add parameters, and then sheet name. So depending on what you need, everything will be shown here, and you just need to drag it. So for example, if you don't want the sheet number or sheet name, you can just remove the parameter. After that, press OK, and then it will create. Let's go back to cover sheet, and then I'm going to drag this one right here. Of course, it doesn't look good yet, so what we're gonna do is we're going to edit this. So to do that, let's select that. We could double click here, and then here we could do appearance, and then the one that I don't want here is this one, so the blank row, uncheck that. The title text, I want it to be a little bit bigger, so 7. Header text, which is right here, would be 6, and then here I want it to be 4 for the body text. Press OK, and then here we're going to put drawing list, and then go back to cover sheet, and as you can see, we can expand this a little bit more so that we have room and everything is showing. So what the good thing about the drawing list is you just need to set it up one time, and then every time you create, delete any sheet, it will be automatic. So you don't need to worry about this. So we're done with the cover sheet, and then you can always add some notes here. And then if we go to first floor, we could start adding the floor. So I'm gonna put in level 1 and see how it looks first. So here I'm going to do that, and as you can see, it's small, but the overall view is big. So we can undo that, and Control Z to undo, go to level 1, and then here we need to make this one visible. So I'm going to change it to 1:50, and then the crop view. So I'm going to check all of this, and then we need to make this one smaller because it's showing everything at the moment that we don't want. So let's make this one smaller, and then we changed the scale already. So if we go to first floor again and then drag it, as you can see, it will fit perfectly with our sheet. But I'm gonna undo that because I want to further crop this area because we don't need that. Okay, so now go back to first floor, drag and drop here, and then as you can see, we have our views right there. So now the one thing that I want to do is to add, we should add in our border lines. So what I usually do is I use thin line from annotation, and then so thin lines right here, and then I'm going to put in 10 and then 10 again, and then now we could just add in our border lines like that. If you notice, you can see the border lines here in the crop region. This won't appear. So you really need to add in the border line, because once we print this, this one won't appear. So it's just the crop view. So if you uncheck this, crop region visible, you will see that those border lines that we thought that would appear won't appear anymore. So now this is the only thing that will show. And then obviously we need to make this one nice. And then if you notice, it's still saying level 1. I want to change that, but I don't want to change the name level 1 here, but only on this view. So I'm going to select this view, and then here, title on sheet, I'm going to change it to first floor. After you type in, select here and then click apply. And then after that, select there, and then so that we could clean this up, the title lines right there. So now this one's good. We could click tab so that we could copy this, and then if we go to second floor, we could paste this to current view. And then we need to go and add in this this one on this side. Now you want to check, because we have this one is showing, so we put none, and then change this to 1:50. All the extent, check all of this now, and then let's crop this. I think this is good enough. And then this crop view, uncheck it so that it doesn't bother you. And then now we can place our model, and then here we just need to change the name, and then we could change it here. So second floor, click here again, and then apply, and then click here in order for you to clean this title. Afterwards, let's go to elevation, and then we're going to go to modify, and then paste this border line again, so that we don't need to recreate that. We could just keep on adding one and then the other later on. So now let's go and check our elevation. If you notice this one is too small, plus it's the current view is too big. We need to crop that. So let's go to ease, change it to 1:50, make sure fine is checked. I want our shadows to appear. All of this, make sure that it's pulled up so that everything is showing. Also, I want it to be shaded. I want some background. So go to background and then make it sky if you want. So something different. And then go right here under properties to check all of this so that we could crop it properly. So crop it like that and then like this. So now, just to check, we can go to ease elevation and then we could add this one. As you can see, it looks really nice. And then let's click here and then change this one. And then the border, click on tab, CO to copy, and then add another one right here. There we go. And then now we need to do the north elevation similar to what we did. So 1:50, put this one to fine. I want this one shaded. Go to graphic display, go to background, and then you want it sky. Apply OK. Go to properties, check all of this, and then crop it. Okay, and then after that, let's do the south. 1:50, fine, shaded, go back to graphic display, background, change it to sky, apply OK, check all of this, click apply, and then crop it. So most of the time it's easier to just do all of them and then just drag and drop later on. So 1:50 here, shaded, go back to graphic display, background, sky, apply OK. I want the shadows as well. Click all of this, all the extent, crop view, crop region visible, and then an annotation crop. All of this, make sure to check. I'm going to check this one and then check this one. So now we just need to drag and drop each and every one of them. Fix the title. And then before we go to the next one, we could copy. So copy this and then click tab again and then hold on control so that you'll be able to select both of those borders, and then copy clipboard, go to elevation, and then paste it, and then current view. So now it's easier for us to just drag and drop south and then also the west. And then we need to clean up this one, the title, and then the other title for the west elevation. So now make sure to keep on saving this. We can now create the preset for printing so that it's easier for us to print a full set. So here, go and put in your printer, and then here select views and sheets. Make sure to put it to combine multiple, or else it will create different kinds or separate PDF files. So it's much better to just do it in one shot and one combined PDF. So make sure this one's checked, because usually it starts with here. Once you flip it, it will flip it back. So you want to be make sure to have that. So here, go to select, uncheck this view, check all, and then save this. I'm gonna call it full set, and then press OK. So you can create multiple presets for printing so that you're ready to print all the time if you need it. So press OK and then OK. Then press close and then save it. File name, make it house, and then just for reference here, I'm just going to delete this and then save it here. So we just need to wait for this to finish, and I'm gonna show you what it looks like. So now it will look like this. Once it's printed, as you can see, we have a cover sheet, drawing list, we have our first floor, second floor, and then the elevations that we created. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our model, and then we created the sheets and we printed that, and I showed you how to create all of those. So now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is make sure that this is in fine, and then save it first, and then we're going to send it to Twinmotion. And then here we need to click on Datasmith, export it to our export our model. I'm just gonna leave it like this. For the naming, you can change anything you want. And then here, save it. And then you want to make sure that you should open the Twinmotion. So to open, sometimes I do the Twinmotion by itself, the Twinmotion plugin, but now I'm going to just open the Twinmotion. So once you have the Twinmotion opened, so I have it open right here, I'm going to just delete this one and here, and then we could go to our model now, and I'm just going to select this one and go to import first, and then click on this plus icon right here, click on open, and then we need to go to that location where we save our Datasmith, and then I'm going to select that and then click on open and then click import. So let's just wait for it to get imported. So if you zoom in, you can see our model are right here. It looks good. Everything is working correctly. And then now we need to sign in first. So sign into your account. Once we're signed in, let's save this first, save as, and then go to our file location. Actually, I have it in my USB drive. And then go to here. press OK, and then save that there. So once we have it saved, first things we're gonna do is go to material, and actually just go to ambience. This is more important, camera, and we want to make sure that parallelism is checked all the time. So that's very important to have that checked there. And then after that, we can do is change the materials that we have here. So I'm gonna zoom in right here, lower this a little bit. Actually, I think that's about it for the size there. It's just too much, so the only thing we can do is change it here. I think that's it for the change here. We can then click on clear glass and then drag it. In terms of opacity, let's put a tint here. So I want it dark, and then opacity, intensity is around 80%, and then this one to 0.8 as well. So that's good right there. I'm happy with that. And then after this, let's go to material. So we could do is pick material pick. Here we have aluminum, and what we can do is change the color. So go here under tint, then I want it to be dark, and then here I want, so that's dark there. You want to check if the metalness is on. So metallic, make sure it's around 60. Okay, and then what we can do is select that, and then after we select that, it will be available here, and then we could select some of the materials that we have here. Even this one, we're gonna put a dull one right here, and but this we can put as that material, and actually the room number there we could do as well. So I'm happy with that. And then actually the light that we have included here, why not make it there we go. And then let's go to material again. We could do the neon, and then that light we need to specifically add it. So I'm gonna zoom it here and then add it there. Let me just change the speed. I believe that's too fast. I'm gonna change it to number 2, and then the neon, I want it to be added there, and then the glow, we need it to glow a bit. So let's turn that on so that it glows a little bit more, so it's visible. So that's good. Change it to number 4 or 3 now,
so that it's easier for us to navigate. I want to change the material here as well. So in terms here, I'm going to go to Megascan, surfaces. I want concrete, and then maybe slab. Not slab, but maybe painted or rough. Concrete pavement. I'm gonna use this one, and maybe this one as well. And I believe that that's looking good there. I'm actually happy with the way that looks. And then this one, and then this one as well. Actually, I'm gonna undo a little bit because I just want white here, and then that one is concrete. But to be honest, it looks really nice that I might just add it, and then increase the. I'm going to increase the scale. You can see that it looks nice there, so I'm going to just leave it like that, and then check this one, and that looks good as well. So the texture is good, the lighting is good as well. I want to change this one to a different, not concrete, but a different surface. So maybe a stone, mosaic, no, not mosaic, limestone, and maybe this one, so that it still does the texture. So a brown on brown. We can make it darker a bit. And then we go and change the wood material. I'm gonna go to the veneer ones. So I'll do this olive, and then scale it a bit so that we can see the grooves. And then here, I'm probably going to use the same one. So I'm going to click that to be consistent here. There we go. We can make it even darker with lines so that it's more noticeable. So I'll do that instead. This one, I'll use this one. There we go. And then I'm gonna select that one. So that's, then actually it changed as well. So I'm happy with that look. Now I want to look for a material for this one, this border wall. I'm gonna look for a concrete material again, but I'm gonna look it from here, and I want a lot of because this one
This one is there's a lot of grooves as well, and I like it because we can make it grayish more, because the other one is like brownish. So this one we could make it a little bit dark, and you can see the contrast, and that looks good and subtle. So after that, I'm going to add in our cars. So we can add in a car right here, and then a car on this. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to put in the concrete material for this. And then we're gonna scale it. I'm gonna rotate it 90 degrees, and then that's good enough for me. And then here, I want the fine concrete right here. Scale it a bit, and we're good. And then after that, we could go to ground, man-made, and we're going to set this one up for our, I'm gonna use this one, scale it a bit, and then this concrete number 4 for this. And then after that, I want those cobblestone. And then scale it. And as you can see, that looks really good. That's perfect. And then here, I want to change the material. Maybe a metal material for this, brushed aluminum. And then I'm gonna make it dark and red. So that's perfect right there. And then we're going to add in material for ground, nature. I'm gonna put this one to grass right here. And I want to isolate all number 4 floors. If we isolate them, actually, instead of isolating them, I'm just going to use paint. So let's go to materials, vegetation, place. I'm going to paint them. Well, not paint, actually just scatter. I think it's gonna be easier for us to just scatter it. So I'm just going to place, then scatter. Then I'm gonna use and add the grass. I'm gonna make it lawn. Oh no, actually not lawn, long grass. I'm going to delete this first and then put in lawn, the one for the front. And then select all of them and then click the scatter tool. And unfortunately for this one, because it's included to the model in place, it doesn't recognize that one. So we might need to paint that part right there, but I'm going to put in some lawns right here. And then here, it's going to be easier to just add. As you can see, it's easier to add right here, although it goes over, but as you can see, it's a bit faster. And then we can add in more lawns. So that it's thick. As you can see, the more you add, the thicker your grass will be on this part. And then the problem now is just erasing. You can change the diameter and then you can just erase some of this. But it will take time because, as you can see, you need to be patient with this. It's not 100%, but at least you can see that it's doable. And then here we could just clean it up. And then I want to double check the ones at the back if the grass was added as well. So here we could add it as well. It's going to be at the back anyway, so it's not visible. So it's not something that we need to really add, but it's just good to know that it's already there. So number 4 again, to make it fast. It's just taking time. The one that we need to take care of is the front. And then you want to make sure that you're saving all the time, because those are the times where it will crash when you're doing this kind of load. So here, number 4. Here we need to add those as well. And then similar to that, So it's just taking a while, but as you can see, it's being added as well. And then we could just leave it like that for now, and we could go to our ambience. We need to check environment, and then we need to enable HDRI, and what I'm gonna do is backdrop HDRI as well. So instead of the sky dome, backdrop is instead, because I like the way the light bounces on that one. So that's why I usually use that. In Skydome, you can replicate the way that it looks. You have more control of the lighting, but it really depends on the way you like it. So for me, I'm just gonna use backdrop HDRI, and then once everything is done, as you can see, we could increase the size of that. So at the moment, if we go back to the main HDRI, and then we can choose more of this, and then here we could increase the sizing, the height offset. We want to make sure that to put it down a little bit, and then the size, let's make it bigger a little bit, because we have a big one right here. So here, as you can see, it's really good, that the way that looks. I'm going to put this one back here so that we have enough room to see, and then I'm just going to leave it like that, and then I'm going to check our user library. So at the moment we don't have it, but I'm gonna load what we have. So to load your user library, go to edit, and then go to preference, and then custom paths, and then here user library, I'm going to documents, and then I have this one right here. Select folder, and then press OK. And most of the time it will load it. I'm not sure if we need to close our Twinmotion, but let's just wait and see. If it's there, we're gonna use it, and then we're gonna save it as well. So at the moment, as you can see, we cannot select the user library, and it's still working on it. So for now, I'm gonna save it. I want to make sure that this one does not crash. So I'm gonna add that one. So now I did have to restart it, and if we check, we have the user library now once we restart, and it's working. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to put it in Twinmotion. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what we finished before is we added our
user library. So before we do that and add the other here, is to just change the concrete material right here. So I just want to show this one right here, and then we could go to our user library now and drag in our building on the side. So we're gonna put in a house, and then we're going to add the others as well. So I'm gonna add here, and then let's just wait for it to finish adding, and then we could rotate this one 90 degrees. And then we need to just put this one somewhere right here. I think that's good enough there. And then I want to add in another house on the left side of this, or rather right side. And then just to add a different house here. I'm going to rotate this 90 and then pull it down a little bit so that it's not flickering. The flickering is because of it's in the same plane, so that's why it's doing that. So I'm going to just add that one right there, and as you can see, if we take an image, it will look populated because we have surrounding houses as well. So now what I want to do is to check the lighting here. I think this is too much light, so I'm gonna click on a material picker, and I just want to double check the light, so the glow of this, because I don't want it to overpower. So maybe I'm gonna put it 100. I think that's good enough there. And then let's test this one. You want to make sure that you put it to low so that it shows like that. So this one, it's still looking like white, so instead I'm gonna drastically change the color. So I'm gonna go here and drastically add it somewhere here and like that, so you can see the changes in color. And then now what we need to add next is the lights. So I'm gonna use spotlight. So I'm gonna press escape. I'm gonna go add a spotlight there, and we want to make sure to just add it in the proper location. Good thing our spacing is around 1000 each except for the garage, so it's easier for us to copy and paste them. So here we need to know how many, So 2, 4, 6, 7. So 7 more. So I'm gonna hold on shift and then drag it. We're gonna do it 1 meter, so 7 more. So that's added there. Let's go on the other side and then let's add it. So I'm gonna select that, hold on shift, and then grab it there. So that's fine there because I know it's over, but we need to just add 2 more. So at 1 meters and then 2 more. And then all of that, all of those spotlight needs to be at 10 only, or else it's going to be too much to handle those lights afterwards. So after that, I'm going to select one again. And then drag it down. And you want to make sure to drag it down a little bit more so that we could just place it here. And it's easier for us to just add. Okay. So now just hold on shift, but we need to count 2, 4, 6, 7 again. 7 more. Hold on shift, and then 7 at 1 meter. So that's added there. And then let's just add the 3 more here. One meter and then 3 more, or 2 more actually. So we could just use that again. It's already here, so we could just add this one here, and then this one is going 2,000 each. And then we have 3 more at 2,000. So 3, and then we want to add the last one as well, and then hold on shift, drag it, and that will be 2 more. Hold on shift again, 2,000, and then 2 more. And then all of this spotlight, I want to change the color. So I'm going to go all the way down, hold on shift, and then the color, I want it to be at 3,000 or 3,300 is fine, the color temperature. And then I'm going to add the ones right here. So I'm gonna press escape, select that,
and then shift going up. And we need to go up a little bit more. And then we could add more. So I'm going to 1, 2, 4, 6, I believe. So 6 here. 1 meter. And then I'm going to select this. There's 4 more here. Okay, and then let's check the others here. And then 4 more. And then press OK. So now we have those added. We're going to add a spotlight here as well. So I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to add it here. I'm going to pull it all the way right here. I think that's good enough. And then I'm going to hold on Shift and pull it at the other side as well. And might as well just add it for this part right here, because everything is easy to just copy. And then I'm just going to add it on this side. And then this side as well. And then add it here. And then I want to add some trees right now. So I know we have a lot of added trees. So I want to add maybe those small ones. And let's not forget to save first, and then look for those trees. Kind of like to add those bamboo trees at the front. So now let's look for those. Planning to do this giant bamboo tree, golden bamboo. I think that will be good enough. Then I'm gonna place it something like this right here, and then maybe 7 more, and then just remove the last one. So yeah, that's good enough for me. And then maybe this one, and this one is too much for this space. Just want to see a small tree. Something like this right here. Not big enough, just perfect for that location. We can even let it grow a little bit, so something like that. So that's good right there, small enough. And then of course I want to add in some lights here, so I'm going to copy this, click on tab, rotate this one, something like that, so that it's still lit and it will look amazing. I'm gonna put 7 more. Actually, the last one needs to be deleted. So that's looking good there. I just want to see how this one looks with that. So I'm pretty happy with the way that looks. So now the question is, how would this one reflects? I know the opacity is not too much, so I'm planning to make it colored. Basic, standard, and then tint it more. Just a little bit more, and then as you can see, we have our privacy there. So that's looking good. I am kind of happy with what this one turned out to be. And then I just want this one to be the same here. Okay, so I'm happy with the way that looks. I'm gonna just leave it like this, and then we're going to create images so that we could see how this one looks. So I'm going to set this one like this. Click. I want it to have this kind of view. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this, and then on this side add another one. If you notice, I haven't turned on the rendering, is because it will lag, so that's why I'm just trying to put it like this for now. So that's 3, and then maybe the last one is a long image. Something like this. I'm gonna take an image and I'm gonna zoom it. So I'm going to increase the focal length. Something like this. And then refresh, and then you can turn this on now. I'm gonna put it in high, and then go back here. You can refresh this one again if you want, and then here go to high, and then refresh, and then here as well. So because we're done with the look that we want, it's better to just turn on the rendering now, so that once we're ready to render this, it's all set. So now let's go quit and then select this one. So we're going to create the video. So for this one, I'm going to click here and then go zooming in. That would be around 7 seconds. It's fine. And then I want to go from here . So add in keyframe. Okay, and then after that, I'm going to add another one and then go from left to right. Just fixing, I want it to be straight enough. and then that would be around 6. And then zooming it here, zooming in, 4 seconds or maybe 3 seconds, and then zooming out here. Three seconds again. And then here I want the shot going up. 6 seconds. And then zooming out as well, going right here, 5 seconds, and then zooming out from here as well. Five seconds, and then maybe a long shot like this, changing weather. So now the settings for this is from here, going here, I want the environment to change. And then refresh it, and then here I want it to be snow. And then refresh it. And I want to double check this one. I want no fog on each and every one of them, because it's gonna blur our image, so I want it to be clear. Something like that. Something like that. Okay, so now we're gonna save this, and I believe we're done. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.